네, 장내외에 계신 참가자분들께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, a word of announcement. The 2022
참가자분들께서는 조속히 장내로
The 2022 Social Enterprise Leaders Forum will soon start. I would like to ask all the participants to come inside and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask everyone to come in to the venue and take your seats, beginning from the front rows. Also, I'd like to ask everyone to turn off your mobile phones or put it onto silent mode. Please check your mobile phones once again. And we also are providing simultaneous interpretation. So here are the channels. Korean is on channel 1, English is on channel 2, and Japanese is on channel 3. Please set the receiver channel to the language of your choice. You can also see a QR code on the screen as well as on the front cover of the program book that we are providing. So you can participate in the feedback survey using the QR code, and we're going to have a lucky draw among the participants, and we'll be giving out gifts that are products made by social enterprises. Also, if you have any questions about the forum itself, or if you have any questions for the speakers, you can also use the QR code that is in the front cover of the program book. Those of you who are participating online can also get the QR link if you press the relevant menu on the YouTube screen. I look forward to your active participation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for coming to the 2022 Social Enterprise Leaders Forum, hosted by the Ministry of Employment and Labor, organized by the Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency, and supported by the Happy Dare. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is La Yongnan. I'll be the MC. I'm a newscaster. Thank you very much. So the title for this year's Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022 is Finding Answers in Sustainable Jobs and Living Through Social Enterprises. And we have prominent experts from Korea and abroad, and we'll be able to share very many insights. It's a big honor for me to be emceeing this event. Before we start, I would just like to give you a few housekeeping announcements. If you have any questions about the forum or to any of the speakers, please use the QR code that is in front cover of your conference proceedings, the program book. Those of you who are watching live through YouTube, you can also go to the additional menus, and there will be a guide to the QR link, which you can ask questions. So we're going to have a lucky draw afterwards among the participants, and so please, I look forward to your active participation. So let's get started with the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022 with a big round of applause.
네,
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to introduce the guests of honor who have taken time out of their busy schedules to join us to congratulate the opening. Please give a warm round of applause as I call out their names. First, Ki-seop Kwon, Vice Minister of Employment and Labor. Please give a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Hyun-gun Chung, President of Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency. Please give a big hand. Thank you. Next, Koo Young-mo, President of 행복나래. Welcome. Thank you. And Jin Seok-go, Chairman of Korea Central Council of Social Enterprise. Thank you. And Jae-hwan Park, President of Academy of Social Enterprise. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Seung-kwon Chang, President of Korean Society for Cooperative Studies. Thank you. Next, Won-sun Lim, Vice President of Korean Association of Nonprofit Organization Research. And now, thank you for coming to our forum. And we have one more guest, Jae-chan Ha, Executive Director of Korea Social Economy Network. Please give a big round of applause. And I would also like to thank the participants who are joining in online. Now we will invite Hyun-gun Chung, President of Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency, for his opening remark. Please give a warm round of applause.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Hyun-gun Chung, President of Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency. I would like to extend my deepest welcome to all the guests attending the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022. Today we are joined by many distinguished guests, and they have been introduced by the MC. I'd like to introduce just one more person. I would like to extend my thanks to Ki-seop Kwon, Vice Minister of Employment and Labor, for taking interest and extending your all-out support for the advancement of Korea's social enterprises. So I would like to thank all the speakers who have come here to discuss about the social enterprises, cooperatives, and social and solidarity economy. We have many guest speakers for today. I think you remember the financial crisis. The financial market had been in turmoil and jobs have declined in 2008. And the problems have been derived from the limits, inherent limits of the financial market, and various social problems have been incurred. And to address these problems, social enterprises have been emerged and have drawn a lot of attention. So social solidarity economies have been drawing a lot of attention as well. Awareness have been built. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic is also creating a lot of crisis. And the COVID-19 pandemic has made a lot of problems. COVID-19 has made us think that social activities, the most prominent feature of mankind, are dangerous and fundamentally transformed our lives. The pandemic opened our eyes to not only global economic issues, but also other social issues that had been in the blind spot. The social services that had been taken for granted ground to a halt, pushing the whole nation into a turmoil. The vacuum left by the absence of social services such as local care, education, and medical services were quite evident. So the social enterprises and social and solidarity organizations have addressed this issue. Everybody was going through a challenge. However, social and solidarity organizations have continued to create a social value and tried to address the problem by becoming a good alternative. So we had these experiences, but this was not confined to Korea only. In the first session, I think these will be discussed by the members from the OECD as well. OECD has said that social and solidarity economy is playing an important role in the pandemic situation, and that there should be continued support for social and solidarity economy, as it would play a pivotal role in addressing social problems in the future. So there should be some government support in social and solidarity economy. And the UNTFSSE also underlined the importance of social and solidarity economy organizations in keeping our planet healthy and alleviating inequality in the post-pandemic era. Social and solidarity economy organizations such as social enterprises and cooperatives have shown their value and potential in the time of crisis. The theme of Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022 is Finding Answers in Sustainable Jobs and Living Through Social Enterprises. Today, we will have an in-depth discussion on social and solidarity economy, sustainable labor and social service, cooperative ecosystem addressing local extinction, with leading social entrepreneurs, scholars, and experts from international organizations from home and abroad. I hope the forum serve as a platform for discussing the potentials and hopes of social and solidarity economy and finding solutions to the unsolved problems of our society. The COSIA will do our best to support the development of social enterprises and social and solidarity economy organizations. Thank you very much.
네, 한국 사회적기업
Thank you very much, Mr. Chung. That was the president of the Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency. He has been talked about the creation of social value and the need for promotion of social enterprises and the need for solidarity between the various stakeholders. Thank you very much, Mr. Chung. Next, I'd like to now invite Mr. Ki-seop Kwon, the Vice Minister of Employment and Labor. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
네,
Good afternoon, everyone. As was just introduced, my name is Ki-seop Kwon. I'm the Vice Minister of Employment and Labor. Despite the constraints posed by the COVID-19 forbidding us to meet in person, I think it's very meaningful to have so many experts from home and abroad to hold this forum titled Finding Answers in Sustainable Jobs and Living Through Social Enterprise. I would like to thank His Excellency Nicholas Schmidt, the Commissioner for Jobs, who will deliver the keynote. and Dr. Il-Chong Yi, the Senior Research Coordinator of the USRISD, who will lead the panel discussion, Mr. Big Van Vuren, Deputy Officer to the Director General of the ILO, and Ms. Antonella Noya, the Head of Social Economy and Innovation of the OECD, as well as everyone from the different parts of the world. Thank you for taking time out of your precious schedules to be with us today. The Social Enterprise Leaders Forum is celebrating its 11th year after having started in 2012. And during this time, the forum shared many policy agendas and best cases from around the world and has led cross-border exchange and cooperation as the hub in Asia. International cooperation is essential in tackling crises such as the COVID and climate change and the income gap, which is why we're here to highlight the role of social enterprises. So by providing decent jobs and social services, they contribute to sustainability. The social solidarity economy, including the social enterprises, increasingly take up a bigger proportion in economies such as in Europe. And international organizations such as the OECD and the ILO and the European Union are coming up with concrete measures and action plans and recommendations to boost the SSE. So I think the keynote and the panel discussions will provide us with invaluable insight into the global trend taken by international organizations. The value of social enterprises was highlighted particularly during the pandemic as a human-centered model providing decent jobs and social services. So Italy's KDI is a major example of a local government collaborating with other cooperatives to create nursing homes and kindergartens to provide care and jobs in the local community. And we will also be hearing about the case of the Kochi Prefecture, which renovated an agricultural co-op store into a nursing home to provide care in a rural community. And Gangwon-do's integrated care model combines visiting medical care and senior care that are very much needed in rural communities. And they all show how social solidarity economy can become a solution to depopulation and the deterioration of rural communities. The Korean government legislated a framework act on social enterprises in 2007, has made effort to provide jobs and social services. So social enterprises have created 55,000 jobs and provided services to 4.48 million people in need. And so they're garnering attention as an alternative virtuous cycle of growth and welfare. Nursing, elderly, and childcare services are in high demand nowadays due to the low fertility rate and aging. And so the Korean government will continue to ensure that social enterprises lead private sector-led welfare innovation, promote institutional reform, and also strengthen international coordination. The whole world is paying attention to the sustainability and the resilience of social enterprises, and I hope that today's forum will become the basis for international cooperation to bring together wisdom and experiences of countries around the world, find solutions and overcome crises. Thank you very much. Let's give him another big round of applause. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Please come back up to the stage for the group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Minister. And we will just go straight on to the group photo afterwards, followed by the panel discussion. So I would like to ask everyone just to come up to the stage.
Please come up to the stage with our VIP guest here, and for online speakers. Please take off your mask for a while. 네, 마스크는 잠시 촬영하는 동안에만 벗어 주시겠습니까? 네. 멋진.
Please take off your masks for the group photo.
Thank you for. 네, 무대 위쪽으로 연사분들까지 함께 모셔보는.
So we're going to take a group photo. Please take off your mask.
And make a big smile all together. 네, 조금씩 가까이 중앙으로 모여주시겠습니까? 네, 우리 작가님들께서 멋진 사진 남기.
We'll take a group photo.
네, 여러분의 큰 박수가 필요한 순간입니다.
I think we should give a big round of applause.
네, 우리 무대 위에 계신 내빈분들도 박수를 다 같이.
So maybe the guests on the stage could also give a big hand. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the guests of honor and all the guests joining in from online for joining in this event. I think there are lots of hope and expectations for this forum. So with that, we're going to begin the keynote session. And the theme for the keynote session would be why social economy is now front and center. We are going to invite the members of the international organizations to engage in a panel discussion. We're going to invite our moderator, Il-Chang Senior Research Coordinator of UNRISD, and Vic van Vuren, Deputy Officer in Charge and Director General of ILO, and Antonella Noya, Head of the Social Economy and Innovation Unit, and the keynote speech from Nicholas Schmidt, Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights of European Commission. If our moderator is ready, we will begin right off. I will hand off the microphone to you.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the keynote session for Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022. I am the moderator, Il-Chang. I am at the Senior Research Coordinator of UNRISD. It is a research institute of UN, and we cover the research, social research on development and social issues. It is an international, organizational task force for social development, and we are operating a knowledge hub at UNTFSSE. So I'm very happy to meet you all. The history of social solidarity economy has been very long. Since mankind has created villages, the social economy had begun. So I think its history is very long. Social and solidarity economy has focused on local mankind, the nature and environment, and the solidarity between different actors. The UN system has introduced the social and solidarity economy from 2013, and since then it has grown very fast. And in 2020 and 2011, we have had a milestone on these years for those who are researching on social and solidarity economy, and we have invited the key players of social and solidarity economy and to discuss why social economy is now front and center. So we're going to listen to their insights. First, we have Nicholas Schmidt, Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights of European Commission with us. And we have also Mr. Vic van Vuren, Deputy Officer in Charge and Director General of ILO and Director of the Enterprise Department. And from OECD, we have Ms. Antonella Noya, Head of the Social Economy and Innovation Unit of OECD. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists and speakers. Mr. Nicholas Schmidt is Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights of the European Commission. But due to other commitments, he couldn't join us in person, so he sent us a video message. So maybe we should first listen to the video message and then move on to our panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to contribute to the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022. On behalf of the European Commission, I'm very pleased to note a strong and growing interest in the social economy and its way of doing business differently by putting people and the planet first. There are two main reasons why the social economy is becoming more visible. Its proven track record of bringing a positive impact to society, to climate change, to social integration, and social and territorial cohesion and its potential to contribute even more. In many EU member states, the social economy is already very active when it comes to delivering social services, contributing to social inclusion, and to pursuing environmental goals. We want to create an even stronger social economy ecosystem in Europe to scale up what is already working so it can do even more good. The transition to becoming a climate-neutral continent is a huge challenge for the EU, and we continue to face big social challenges. 1 in 5 people in Europe is at risk of poverty and social exclusion. The social economy is already tackling these issues, but grassroots initiatives are not enough. Organizations also need support from the political level to create the right conditions for the social economy to thrive through policy and legal frameworks. This is why in December 21, the European Commission adopted a new, ambitious action plan with 63 concrete actions to support the social economy. Its time horizon is until 2030. The action plan aims to help mobilize the full potential of the social economy by enhancing social investment and supporting social economy actors and social enterprises to start up, scale up, innovate, and create jobs. It focuses on 3 areas: creating the right framework conditions, opening up opportunities and capacity building, and enhancing recognition of the social economy and its potential. We want to use the political momentum for the social economy to deliver tangible results in Europe and around the world. I hope you have fruitful discussions today, and I look forward to working closely together to make sure the social economy remains front and center. Thank you.
니콜라스 슈미트 장관님 영상 메시지
Thank you for your video message, Mr. Nicholas Schmidt. Europe has a very vibrant social economy. In 2021, December, European Commission has discussed about the social economy and has come up with a 63 action plan. So I think that there is a great advancement in social and solidarity economy in Europe. Thank you again, Commissioner Nicholas Schmidt. And today we have Deputy Officer Vic van Vuren and Head of the Social Economy and Innovation Unit, Antonella Noya, joining in live. So we will begin our panel discussion. So ILO and OECD had led the social and solidarity economy activities. So first, maybe I'd like to ask about the social economy activities to Mr. Vic van Vuren about UNTFSSC.
So Vic, what role is the ILO's Enterprise Department playing, and also the UNTFSSC? Can you talk about the roles of these 2 bodies?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. The ILO has had a cooperative unit in place for almost 100 years, or just over 100 years, since 1920, where we spoke about cooperatives. But the debate has evolved now that we're talking of the social and solidarity economy. And for the first time in the history of the United Nations, in June this year, we had a debate on the social and solidarity economy. And that speaks to the importance that we are placing on the social and solidarity economy in driving the growth of jobs, sustainable jobs, decent jobs, and looking at reducing the social deficit. At the same time, the ILO, together with 17 other UN agencies, formed the United Nations Task Force because we recognize that we need to take a global stage and create a platform for the social economy to thrive. The social economy is doing well, but it's not reaching its potential. And so at the UN Task Force, we came together with a number of NGOs who are providing support to the task force, and there's many of them. One was GCEF until recently, which was run by Laurent Kwak out of South Korea. It's now moved to France, but they've done excellent work. And so these important observer groups, together with the UN agencies, have formed this task force, which are now looking at very strategic issues on what we can drive going forward. So that is where we are positioned at the moment.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And so the ILO has been promoting the social solidarity economy and has played a very significant role. So you talked about the ILC and the resolution or recommendation that was passed by the ILC. So why is it so important that you have this kind of recommendation from the ILO? And what are the implications and the impact that the recommendation will have on the global movement on the SSE and national countries?
I think if we start at the ILO with the ILC discussion, which was in June, what came about was a recognition by 187 countries and a common definition of what the social and solidarity economy should and can look like. And so we needed to get a global understanding of what the social and solidarity and economy is. We're now going to go to our governing body in 2 weeks' time, where we're going to put forward a 8-year plan on the strategic approach to roll out into all of these countries what the social and solidarity can and should do. However, this is going to be supported by the United Nations Task Force and its activities. And there we're looking at a resolution. There is no United Nations resolution on the social and solidarity economy. And we are working together with the governments of Spain and France, who are taking the lead. And we'd like to see the government of Korea play a very strong supportive role from within Asia in January, when there's going to be a tabling of this item on the General Assembly of the United Nations. And if all goes well, we'll have a UN resolution. Now, why is the ILO and the UN resolution important? Well, at the global level, we need to have these pieces of the puzzle in place. We need to have a common understanding of what we can roll out to many countries that don't have social and solidarity economy actors in their society. And so we want to work with developing economies in particular to bring about a regulatory framework that will enable the social enterprises to grow. We very much appreciate what has been happening in Korea for a number of years, because just like the European Union and the OECD are driving this debate in Europe, we see that South Korea is definitely a key player in the Asian context and also in the global sphere. Just very quickly, there are 3 strategic areas that we're looking at in the task force. The first one is this global footprint, which is the resolution, the ILC debate. The second one is the role that you at UNRWA are playing as part of the UN task force, and that is creating a knowledge hub and a knowledge platform where we can share best practices and the knowledge globally for players to learn more about it. Coupled to that is the whole education system. The education systems are not properly geared to teaching people about the social and solidarity economy, and this needs to be improved. Then we also need to look at the sub-regions, which is the third area. And so we're working with Jonathan Wong in Asia, and we're working with a Latin American group to start off 2 regional hubs. We want to move to Africa, to the Middle East, and to Europe as well. But we're going to create these regional activities that can start looking at a customized approach that will suit the needs of the respective groupings. So that's where we are at the moment and what we're focusing on.
감사합니다. 서두에
Thank you very much. In the beginning, I had mentioned how the UNRISD had been performing research about the social solidarity economy. And so there's something that concerns the researchers. So there are people who don't know what the SSE is, but we have to be able to define it and explain it in simple terms, and we don't really have a consistency in definitions. And there are many, many definitions, and it's a bit confusing to think about what kind of definition we needed to use. But Vic, you had mentioned that there is now a common understanding about the definition about the SSE as discussed in the ILC and the UN. So that has answered a big concern of mine as a researcher. And in the SSE resolution that'll be tabled at the UN General Assembly was also mentioned, and I hope that the Korean government will also play an important role in the international community to further enhance and promote the SSE on the global stage. So to develop the SSE, the ILO is playing an important role, but so is the OECD.
So Ms. Antonella Noia is in charge of the social economy sector in OECD. So why does OECD place importance on social and solidarity economy, and what kind of activities are there in OECD to promote SSE?
Thank you very much, Il Choyong, and good afternoon to you all and to all the authorities. So I will try and cut a long story short because, as you know, OECD has been working on social and solidarity economy for the last 25 years. And why so? Because I think we spotted immediately the importance of the contribution that social and solidarity economy could provide to the economy and the society, both at national and territorial level. And back at the beginning of the 90s, we worked on the notion of plural economy, so allowing different actors in the economy with their different DNA and features to contribute to bettering our life. And of course, social and solidarity economy, because of its specific features, values, principles, and practices, showed up as an important actor, including at the local level, because of its strong local roots, the capacity to tap into formal and informal networks at the local level, the capacity to leverage unexploited resources, and so on and so forth. So for all these reasons, including, of course, for the governance model of social and solidarity economy entities, including cooperative, which is a participatory and democratic one, the potential of this part of the economy, the social and solidarity economy, also to inject more democracy, more democratic practices in the economy was important. And in addition of the features of social and solidarity economy, of course, OECD very strongly support social and solidarity economy development, also because of the principal roles of social and solidarity economy organization that I would summarize in two main ones. The function of repairing and the function of transforming. So repairing what? Repairing the what doesn't work in terms of creating good quality and decent jobs, so having a positive impact on employment, but also on social exclusion, also on rebuilding social capitals in community, addressing informality. We know that a lot of informal economy economic activities all over the world could be formalized through cooperatives, for instance, but also the capacity of the economy, and this has already been mentioned, to social economy, to address challenges brought by the crisis. The financial crisis put the spotlight on social and solidarity economy, but also the COVID crisis. And nowadays, social economy is still very active in addressing the climate changes crisis and the energy ones brought by the Russia aggression to Croatia. So this is one of the reasons why OECD has been supporting social and solidarity development. And for the transformation role, I think it is important to underline this in this moment in which all the big pictures, all the mega trends, all the big challenges maybe suggest that we should shift the paradigm. And so rethinking our economic model, rethinking our business models, and social economy can do so because of its capacity also to leverage social innovation and to accompany our economy towards the digital and green transition. And very quickly on the activities, and I would say more on the achievement of the OECD during this 25 years work, I think that OECD has really contributed to increase awareness on this area of the economy, on social and solidarity economy and social enterprises. We were the first international organization to provide back in the 90s a definition of social enterprises, which is still up and running and inspiring other definition. And then I think that we have provided detailed guidance to member countries to support their policy ecosystem. And we have recently created, with the support of the European Commission, an online tool which is called Better Entrepreneurship Policy Tools, which allow all the stakeholders of the social economy sphere to self-assess their policy ecosystem. And this is important because we know that sometimes there are discrepancies between the action of the governments to support social and solidarity economy and the perception of the actors on how good and how effective this support is. And recently, and Korea has been very active in this, we have created a community of practices, a multi-stakeholder community of practices on social and solidarity economy through peer learning partnership in the framework of our global action to promote social and solidarity economy ecosystem with the support of the European Commission. And Korea has joined a number of these peer learning partnerships that have also contributed to shape the contents of possibly one of our latest and very significant achievement, the adoption of a recommendation on social and solidarity economy and social innovation back in June.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I think you have outlined a lot of activities which are hardly easy to summarize. There have been lots of labor market issues, democracy issues, and climate crisis issues laid out. These are very important items for our daily lives, and the social and solidarity economy cover all these areas and items. Thank you very much. And you have also mentioned the recommendations of OECD for social and solidarity economy and social innovation. And I think this recommendation is very important, and it contributes a lot to each nation's development of social and solidarity economy. What kind of impact will it have in each country? And after coming up with this recommendation, what kind of OECD activities are there that OECD has in mind?
Thank you very much, Il Chang, for this question. Yes, I think that what has happened in June, both at the ILO and at the OECD, who happened to adopt their resolution and recommendation on the very same day, and some stakeholders say that this is an historical day in the history of social and solidarity economy, and I believe this is true because the positioning of international organizations such as ILO, OECD, and of course the European Commission speaks a lot of the relevance of social and solidarity economy for the planet. So let me just very quickly explain why this OECD recommendation is so important also in the history of OECD, because OECD have done a lot of work with specific countries, including with Korea, and I will get back to this later on, and provided all over the year specific policy recommendations to the different countries on thematic topics. But this OECD recommendation is a very high level one. It becomes part of the acquis of the legacy that OECD is passing to the country. It is called a legal instrument, but it is not mandatory. But what matters most is that by adopting the OECD Council, by adopting this resolution, committed, and all the countries belonging to the OECD committed to support the social and solidarity economy all over the world. And why so? Because this recommendation has provided the first internationally agreed policy framework, which will work from now on as a reference for the different countries in 9 specific policy areas, ranging from how to promote a culture of social economy, which means, for instance, how to transform the vibrant civil society which exists in Korea, for instance, in social and solidarity economy organization, or how to support institutional and legal frameworks. And we know that Korea has done a lot to create this institutional and legal framework, although of course much remains to be done. And access to finance, access to private market, education, and Vic Van Buren mentioned this as a very important area to support capacity. So with this social innovation and data, because as the commissioner was mentioning before, one of the reasons why we can all say that social economy is vital for the future of our economy is that there is a proven track of its positive impact. And the OECD is building some database also to try and go deeper and further on this. So what's next, Il Cheong? How we think that this recommendation can support? The recommendation provide a number of guiding principle for each of these 9 pillars of the policy ecosystem. But we need to help countries more, because this is what country request us to do. So we are now in the stage of preparing what we call an implementation toolkit for this recommendation, which will be prepared with a cooperative, a collaborative approach with countries and different stakeholders. And so we will provide further guidance, also based on what we have already on stake, huge work done on legal framework for social and solidarity economy, on social impact measurement, on internationalizations, on finance, on women, on youth. And we will call for countries' inputs in terms of good policies to feed our thinking and to inspire other countries. And as a final word on this, in 5 years, the OECD will provide a report to its Council of Ministers on how the countries will have implemented the recommendation, on how the countries will have supported social and solidarity economy. And obviously, we count on Korea to continue to support the development of social and solidarity economy, because as Vic was mentioning before, Korea is one of the leading countries in these spheres, in this region of the world.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그래 역사가
Thank you very much. Historians in the future will look back on the ILO or the ILC of the June of 2022, and also look back on the recommendation of the OECD. So the historians in the future will consider this period to be the most important period in humanity. So anyway, I think the 2 documents are really important for us, and they've been translated to Korean, and many Korean practitioners in the social solidarity economy and activists and academics have read those documents and have discussed them, and hopefully they'll be able to distribute those documents further. So I'm going to ask both Vic and Antonella. Well, actually, as both of you have said, the ILO and the OECD are global players. So the question is actually for both of you. And so you have worked both with the SSE and you have contributed a great deal to the SSE. So whilst you were working with the social solidarity economy, I'm sure you have engaged at certain levels with the Korean counterparts. You might have met with Korean government officials and maybe civil society organizations. And here at the forum, I know that there are many Korean participants on the ground. So you can see that the venue is packed full, and also there are many Korean participants online. So can you talk a little bit about the Korean social solidarity economy? So how have you interacted with them? What have you been doing to engage with them? And Vic and Antonella, how do you perceive or see the Korean SSE? So Vic, first of all, how have you interacted with the social economy counterparts in Korea? What are your impressions of the Korean activists and practitioners? And what do you think the Korean contribution has been or should be to the international community with regard to the SSE? So if you have any experience or episodes or stories, anecdotes, please share that with us, Vic.
Very much, yes. We have a very close relationship and partnership with South Korea on the area of SSE. And over the past decade, in particular, where I've been involved, we've had ILO research and activities that have featured this close partnership with South Korea. 2 recent ILO research initiatives on the SSE and the future of work and SSE financing featured country case studies from South Korea. We have worked closely with the Korean Ministry of Finance, responsible for the cooperatives and the social economy portfolios, through a secondment program since 2013. And we currently have secondees in the ILO office in Geneva who are doing amazing work with us. We have collaborated closely with GSEF under the former leadership of Laurent Kwok bilaterally, but also in the context of the UN task force. We've also collaborated with the South Korean institutions and researchers on advancing statistics concerning cooperatives. And here South Korea is both a funder through the Ministry of Employment and Labor and a country case study for an ongoing initiative on this matter has been undertaken in recent years. We've also participated in a number of social economy week activities in Korea across the years. This is an event that takes place during the first week of July each year and around the International Day of Cooperatives. Also, the ILO and the ITC Churun, which is our training center, is the 8th Social and Solidarity Economy Academy, took place in Seoul in 2017 on the innovative ecosystems for the SSE public policies and featured case studies from SSE entities in South Korea. And more recently, the South Korean government funded the SSE in Asia project, which has completed its first phase of research and policy dialogue in 6 countries, including in South Korea itself. It was undertaken in close collaboration with the Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency, KOSEA, and the Seoul National University. A second phase is underway in 6 countries where the experience from South Korea will serve as a reference for stakeholders in other countries in Asia who wish to strengthen the social and solidarity economies ecosystem in their respective countries. Research findings for both this initiative and the one on cooperative statistics will be featured at the Social Economy Week in Busan in South Korea in July 23. We are also currently working with the Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency on a communication cooperation program starting in 2023 to disseminate the ILO's work on SSE to Korean SSE stakeholders and to share the Korean policy and field experiences to global SSE readers. So you can see there's a lot of stuff that has happened, a lot of stuff that is happening, and we want to keep and maintain the strong relationship with South Korea and the different role players. We see that as we go towards this UN resolution, that South Korea has such an important role to play, particularly in that sub-region. It has been a rock of a solid foundation, and we hope to see that it will be maintained and grow to become even stronger. And we want to thank the Korean government and all the institutions in Korea for this wonderful relationship, and we look forward to continuing it in the years to come. Thank you.
감사합니다. 한국이
So when Koreans go overseas, they sometimes get surprised because Korea is very well received in other countries. So as I work at the UN, I could see that Korea is very well assessed in the international community. And that's more even so in the social and solidarity economy sector. Korea is playing a very important role in the social and solidarity economy. We have the Ministry of Employment and Labor, Ministry of Economy and Planning, the other social enterprises, and the Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency. We have a lot of institutions that are playing a very important role on the global playing field. And when there are help needed, people are thinking about getting help from Korea. So what about Ms. Antonella Noya? What's your take?
Thank you very much, Il Cheong. Yes, OECD as well as a long engagement with Korea on social economy. And I think Korean government can be proud of the fact that it was the first country back in 2009 to adhere to an OECD project on in-depth policy review on social economy to foster social inclusion. So the OECD team, accompanied by 2 external experts, one of which I think is still very active in Korea, Professor Margaret Mendel. We came to the country, we met a number of representative from the government at that time, stakeholders, social enterprises, and as I was mentioning before, we provided a number of policy recommendations that I think contributed to put the spotlight on what the social economy was already providing in the country and on the potential to be tapped. And I have seen that since then, many actions have been undertaken, of course, from the government to continue to support the development of social and solidarity economy. And another major engagement has been with the Global Forum on Social and Solidarity Economy, led by Laurence Quark. We have participated to many of these events, co-organizing panels, chairing session, and obviously the legacy that the Korean leadership has passed now to the French one is a very important one. It has built really a conducive ground and platform and planted many seeds for this effort to continue. And we are going to continue to engage with this platform. As I was mentioning before, we are continuing to engage with Korean stakeholders in the framework of our current program, and mainly the Global Action on Supporting Social and Solidarity Ecosystem through different thematic axes. So we constantly call on focus group to which Korea participate regularly, on legal framework, social impact measurement, on women, on youth, on social procurement. So on all the elements that we are exploring, we count and we are counting already on the inputs from Korea. And I have already mentioned, obviously, this important commitment with the Korean with the program on peer learning partnership. And these are important opportunities, I think, to internationally show the relevance of social and solidarity economy in Korea, and also important opportunities also to learn and get inspiration from our country. So we count on the continued engagement of Korean officials and stakeholders with OECD for our future activities.
감사합니다. 국제사회
Thank you very much. The international community is very interested in K-pop and K-drama and Korean culture, and also K-social economy. So hopefully the K-social economy will rise up, just like K-culture, to become world's top. I would like to thank Vic and also Antonella from the OECD. Thank you so much for participating in the panel discussion today. I'd also like to thank Nicholas, Mr. Schmidt, the Commissioner for the EEC. Thank you for your keynote speech, and I'd like to thank all the participants who are here with us offline and online from the social solidarity economy sector, civil society, and government. The SSE will be able to find solutions to the local communities and to our planet as a whole. And so until we are able to attain that goal, let's all strive together. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause to the 3 people on screen. So thank you very much, Mr. Il Chung, for being the moderator for the panel discussion. We have been talking about the values of the social solidarity economy and what that has meant for different stakeholders. I'd like to thank the both panelists for being here with us today. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the keynote session, and we're going to now go on to session number 1 about sustainable jobs and social services. If you have any questions to any of the speakers, please use the QR code on the front page of your program book, and then we will be able to deliver them to the moderator to be entertained during the Q&A session. So let's go on to the first presentation. I would like to now give the microphone to Franca Guglielmetti, the president of KDI. So please use the simultaneous interpretation receivers, and remember, Korean is channel number 2, channel number 1, English channel 2, and Japanese channel 3. Let's welcome Franca Guglielmetti with a big round of applause.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, io sono Franca Guglielmetti, la Presidente della Cooperativa Sociale KDI di Bologna. Ringrazio sinceramente gli organizzatori del SELF per avermi invitato a partecipare a questo simposio e spero di poter dare un contributo che sia di interesse per tutti voi. Mi scuso di non poter essere presente di persona, ma gli impegni di questo periodo nella mia cooperativa mi hanno impedito di allontanarmi per una settimana dal lavoro, però grazie alla tecnologia sono molto onorata di poter partecipare ai vostri lavori. Presento brevemente l'organizzazione per cui io lavoro, KDI, che è una cooperativa sociale di lavoratori che svolge servizi residenziali, diurni, territoriali e domiciliari per persone disabili, anziani, bambini e adolescenti. Ha oggi un fatturato che si aggira intorno ai 53 milioni di euro e occupa circa 1.600 persone, di cui oltre 1.000 sono anche soci della cooperativa. KDI è una impresa sociale che non gode di un sostegno pubblico se non per alcuni piccoli progetti innovativi, ma si sostiene con i compensi che derivano direttamente dal proprio lavoro, sia dai fruitori dei nostri servizi che dall'ente pubblico come ente committente. Nasce come cooperativa nel 1974 per dare lavoro e garanzie di sicurezza a un gruppo di donne che in quell'epoca facevano le badanti e le domestiche presso le famiglie bene della città. Si trattava di 24 persone che crearono la cooperativa mettendo in comune una parte dei loro redditi. Nel corso di tutti questi anni, pur essendo molto cresciuta come dimensioni e fatturato, la nostra cooperativa ha sempre messo al centro del proprio agire la tutela e la promozione del lavoro dei propri soci e dipendenti. Vorrei ora spiegare in che cosa si sostanzia questo impegno come dimensione e fatturato. KDI è un'impresa sociale che opera nell'ambito dei servizi pubblici e in Italia i servizi sociali, sanitari, educativi e assistenziali sono promossi dall'ente pubblico nelle sue diverse articolazioni, Stato, Regione e Comuni. Nella maggior parte dei casi questi servizi sono svolti direttamente dall'ente pubblico con proprio personale. In una quota minoritaria, ma progressivamente sempre maggiore, questi servizi sono svolti da enti privati che operano in nome e per conto dell'ente pubblico attraverso concessioni, convenzioni o accreditamenti e possono essere enti for profit o enti non profit. KDI è nella stessa platea degli enti non profit che in nome e per conto dell'ente pubblico svolgono servizi sociali, educativi, assistenziali di cura rivolti ad anziani, bambini, persone con disabilità, adolescenti. Mentre le imprese private for profit operano prevalentemente in ambito sanitario, la presenza di imprese sociali non profit in ambito socio-sanitario, educativo ed assistenziale ha permesso nel corso del tempo un grande sviluppo di questi servizi, consentendone l'accesso ad un numero sempre più ampio di cittadini. Inoltre, grazie alla maggior flessibilità e capacità trasformativa dimostrata dalle imprese sociali e quindi anche da KDI, è stato possibile realizzare servizi innovativi più vicini ai bisogni delle persone e maggiormente capaci di evolvere in sintonia con l'evolvere dei bisogni. Posso fare due esempi che hanno segnato la storia di KDI e del sistema dei servizi sociali nel territorio di Bologna. Il primo riguarda la chiusura dell'ospedale psichiatrico Roncati, del reparto 7H, che tra il 1986 e il 1991 ha portato alla realizzazione di un gruppo appartamento e di una comunità residenziale per persone con disabilità, promuovendo il reinserimento sociale di persone che erano rinchiuse in manicomio da oltre 20 anni. E la costruzione e gestione, secondo le procedure del project financing, di 6 nuovi nidi di infanzia nel territorio della città metropolitana di Bologna, nell'ambito del progetto Carabac. Servizi molto innovativi sia sul piano architettonico che per il progetto pedagogico e organizzativo, più aperto e flessibile verso le esigenze delle famiglie, con ciò contribuendo in modo significativo all'ampliamento dell'offerta di servizi pubblici per la prima infanzia del Comune di Bologna. In entrambi i casi, questi progetti, oltre ad ampliare la gamma delle risposte che il sistema pubblico dei servizi è stato in grado di dare ai propri cittadini, hanno spinto all'innovazione tutto il sistema dei servizi nel suo complesso, promuovendo un grande cambiamento in positivo per i cittadini. Ma non è solo nell'innovazione di servizi che si esprimono la potenzialità dell'impresa sociale. L'obiettivo di tutelare e promuovere il lavoro sociale si è tradotto in KDI, in politiche di sviluppo che ci consentissero di avere rapporti di partnership stabili e continuativi con la pubblica amministrazione, perché questo ci avrebbe consentito di garantire continuità di occupazione ai nostri soci e dipendenti. Per farlo abbiamo potuto contare sulla nostra solidità patrimoniale, generata nel tempo dalle scelte economico-finanziarie molto oculate che prevedevano la messa a riserva indivisibile della maggior parte degli utili maturati negli anni. Sulla base di questo patrimonio abbiamo potuto investire nella costituzione di una società mista pubblico-privato, denominata GERSA, che ci ha consentito di gestire con continuità per 10 anni 5 residenze socioassistenziali per anziani e nella costruzione, come già citato, dei consorzi Carabac per la costruzione e gestione di oltre 6 nidi di infanzia gestiti per più di 20 anni dalla cooperativa. In questo modo il patrimonio accumulato dalle prime generazioni di lavoratrici e lavoratori di KDI ci ha permesso di dare continuità al lavoro di molti altri soci e socie e tuttora questi progetti sono la base più stabile della nostra attività complessiva. La capacità innovativa e la flessibilità dimostrate sul piano imprenditoriale che su quello dei modelli di servizio sono state per noi un fattore decisivo e per certi aspetti vitale che ci ha permesso di affrontare 2 anni di maggiore intensità della pandemia da Covid-19 in Italia. Come è accaduto in tanti altri paesi del mondo, nei periodi di maggior rigore, quando si è decretato il lockdown nelle nostre città, le imprese sociali come KDI sono state capaci di adattare il proprio operato per mantenere attivi i servizi essenziali per la popolazione e al contempo garantire continuità di lavoro ai propri soci e dipendenti. Un esempio su tutti il servizio di assistenza domiciliare per persone anziane e con disabilità che a Bologna è svolto unicamente da imprese sociali e che non si è mai interrotto. Nonostante i grandi rischi e i disagi, le nostre colleghe del servizio sono andate ogni giorno a portare cura e conforto agli utenti. Oggi però ci troviamo ad affrontare alcune criticità che, pur essendo già presenti da alcuni anni, si sono intensificate in modo molto significativo in quest'ultimo periodo, probabilmente esasperate dall'esperienza della pandemia. La prima riguarda la scarsa valorizzazione del lavoro sociale. L'espansione del sistema pubblico dei servizi operato grazie alla sussidiarietà delle imprese sociali si è spesso basato sulla scarsa valorizzazione del lavoro. La remunerazione del lavoro nelle imprese sociali è minore di quelle che percepiscono i dipendenti pubblici e negli ultimi anni le politiche di risparmio messe a campo dal governo centrale sono gravate anche e soprattutto sui servizi gestiti dalle cooperative sociali. Oggi i nostri margini di guadagno sono praticamente nulli e non riusciamo a migliorare le nostre retribuzioni perché i corrispettivi che la pubblica amministrazione ci riconosce non ce lo consentono. In questo contesto KDI ha scelto di salvaguardare il più possibile le altre forme di tutela del lavoro dei nostri soci dipendenti, ovvero la piena retribuzione in caso di malattia, la piena retribuzione per il periodo di assenza di maternità, che va dal primo mese di gestazione al 7° mese di vita del bambino, la tutela della sicurezza sul lavoro, la formazione sia di tipo specialistico che di aggiornamento. Il problema dei redditi bassi però rimane ed è molto serio se incrociato con l'altra criticità che oggi dobbiamo affrontare, ovvero la carenza di personale. In quest'ultimo periodo, su tutto il territorio nazionale, le imprese sociali, ma non solo, sono alle prese con una drammatica carenza di personale, derivata sia da una scarsa presenza sul mercato del lavoro di personale adeguatamente formato, sia da un più generale disinteresse verso il lavoro sociale manifestato dalle generazioni più giovani. Si è creata una combinazione negativa tra le politiche formative messe in atto in Italia negli ultimi 10 anni e l'orientamento verso il lavoro assunto oggi dai giovani. Da un lato le motivazioni di tipo ideale che potevano spingere i giovani ad intraprendere una carriera nell'ambito dei servizi sociali sono andate progressivamente scemando e forse l'esperienza della pandemia ha ulteriormente allontanato i giovani da questo ambito di attività. Dall'altro, le politiche formative messe in campo dall'ente pubblico sono state poco lungimiranti. Il numero chiuso e le barriere d'accesso ai corsi universitari di infermieristica e medicina hanno generato nel tempo una cronica carenza di queste figure sul mercato del lavoro. D'altro canto, il mancato sostegno pubblico ai corsi di formazione professionale hanno allontanato dalle professioni assistenziali di base molti potenziali candidati che non avevano le risorse economiche per pagarsi privatamente corsi di formazione i cui prezzi sono molto significativi. Cosicché oggi, pur essendoci una ripresa dell'attività economica generale ed un certo impulso allo sviluppo dei servizi sociali, ci troviamo in grandi difficoltà perché non abbiamo il personale idoneo a sostenere questa potenziale espansione. Inoltre, l'evoluzione dei modelli di welfare, anche sotto la spinta degli effetti della pandemia, si orienta soprattutto verso il cosiddetto welfare di prossimità, ovvero la creazione di servizi di piccole dimensioni dislocati sul territorio che attivano interventi domiciliari e territoriali poco strutturati e molto declinati sulle esigenze dei singoli o dei gruppi presenti sui territori. Benché questo sia uno stile di intervento che ci appartiene fin dalla nostra fondazione, l'evoluzione del sistema sociale e l'emergere di nuove criticità sui territori, fra tutti l'intenso fenomeno migratorio che interessa il nostro Paese, rende necessario un cambiamento importante della nostra professionalità. Ci impone di imparare nuovi mestieri ed apprendere nuove tecniche di intervento e di relazione, ovvero di investire ulteriormente sulla ricerca, sulla formazione, intensificando il nostro rapporto con gli enti formativi e in primis l'Università di Bologna. Questo vuol dire fare ulteriori investimenti, non più su nuove strutture, ma piuttosto su nuove competenze, ed è una bella sfida, dal momento che risorse e persone oggi sono più rare di un tempo. Infine è importante sottolineare il rischio a cui è esposta la cooperazione sociale nel nostro Paese e con essa le altre imprese sociali che si occupano di servizi di welfare in questa fase storica. La pandemia e la crisi economica generata in Europa dalla guerra in Ucraina hanno fatto crescere in modo significativo il bisogno di misure di sostegno alle fasce più deboli della popolazione, sostegno in primis economico, ma anche di supporto, accompagnamento, cura, educazione e istruzione. Si sono intensificati i fenomeni di abbandono scolastico e di povertà educativa minorile. È aumentata la platea delle persone anziane sole che vivono ai limiti della povertà. Molte famiglie faticano a trovare un equilibrio economico che consenta loro di mantenere un adeguato tenore di vita. In questo quadro, il ruolo delle imprese sociali, la loro capacità innovativa e di risposta potrebbe essere una delle leve su cui la pubblica amministrazione può contare per progettare e realizzare insieme nuovi servizi e nuove risposte. Lo scenario però che vediamo si sta disegnando intorno a noi è quello di un ricorso strumentale alle imprese sociali, finalizzati in primo luogo ad ottenere servizi a basso costo, comprimendo in modo a volte non sostenibile il costo del lavoro, quasi che l'attributo di sociali possa essere in qualche modo essere utilizzato per negare l'altro attributo, ovvero quello di essere imprese, che devono tutelare il lavoro dei propri collaboratori e garantire la propria continuità. Per questo oggi lo scopo fondativo di KDI è ancora del tutto attuale e da perseguire con grande sforzo: tutelare il lavoro dei nostri soci dipendenti, promuoverlo e farlo crescere in competenze e riconoscimento economico continua ad essere la nostra sfida quotidiana. Grazie per l'attenzione a tutti.
감사의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause. She has talked about the experience of Italy, and she has also talked about how Kadai had been promoting innovation, and she has also talked about ways forward. Thank you very much. We're now going to go on to the second presentation, and that's going to be from the ground. I'd like to now invite Jin Ju-hong, the Chief Executive Officer of the Mapogu Employment and Welfare Service Center. Let's welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
네, 반갑습니다.
Hello, everyone. I'm a bit nervous today. So I work with jobs and social services. So I am working in an intermediary agency called the Mapogu Employment and Welfare Service Center. I would like to thank you for inviting me to be a speaker. I am thinking of many different questions as I was preparing for the presentation today. So how are we going to live a sustainable life? And my concern and my contemplation is continuing while I am here on the stage and as we have this forum. So I'm not here really to share a best practice. We're quite far from it, but I just wanted to share with you what some of my contemplations have been. So we are promoting social economy in the Mapogu area. And so we have set up a Mapogu's care co-production agency. This is one of our major projects. This has come out of a variety of different needs in the local community, which I think you are quite aware of. In the local community, there are many needs, there are many demands, and because of the social structure change, there is a need for a more diverse type of care in the local communities. There are many different services that have to be provided, but when it comes to accessibility to those services, I would have to say that it is not sufficient and they are not completely accessible. In the case of Mapogu, there are many social economy players, but they are not really coming from the grassroots. And so we had gone through a process of self-reflection, and we decided that we need to become a better provider of those necessary services. There are many, many services and many different social economy actors in the local community, but everyone seems to be fragmented. We are not working together. And so we thought that solidarity and collaboration between the different organizations are needed. And we can't really differentiate the demand side and the supply side, the user side and the providers. We need a circulation within the local community that actually brings together the users and the providers. This is why we have started the Care Co-Production Agency. So first of all, let me talk a little bit about the characteristics of the local community, because they became the basis of why we are promoting these activities. So the Mapo region in Seoul has already had a high level of private sector activities through solidarity and cooperation between the civil society. We have, for example, the Mapo Social Economy Network, and we have a variety of different civil society organizations. And so there have been active local community activism. And there has always been a solidarity amongst the different areas and the fields and different organizations. So this kind of collaboration, history of collaboration, has formed the basis for our activity. The local government is also playing a part in all this because the will of the local government for governance in the welfare sector is quite high. And so the Mapogu in the local government in the process of participating in the Seoul Care SOS Center project had collaborated with the social economy players. Anyway, so there have been a lot of different activities, but the Mapo Torbom network started about in 2015, and the activities started in full-fledged since 2016. And so around about this time, the Mapo Care Network was launched, and that led to a more committed concern about how we're going to provide care in Mapogu. And we forged many different venues to bring for the issues of job creation and social service provision. And so Bapo was also was designated as a test bed for the Seoul City Care SOS Center. In 2019 and 2021, the Seoul Resident Technical School was opened, and we also provided a cooperative-led home care services. And so in Mapogu, we had tried to establish a model for provision of different social services in the Mapogu area. And then in February 2022, we had the inaugural meeting of the Mapo Care Social Cooperative. So that culminated all the different activities that had already taken place. So basically, there are various objectives of the care co-production agency. So there are many different providers of care in the local community already, but we wanted to bring them together so that we'll be able to enhance the residents' quality of life. We also wanted to enhance the public character and the public interest of the provision of care, but at the same time, we wanted to establish a neighborhood management enterprise that provides everyday assistance care. But we also wanted, on top of the public interest, competitiveness as well. So we wanted integration of the different organizations, going beyond integration of just services. And so that was one of the strategies that we promoted. We also wanted to strengthen the bond with customers and local communities. So we wanted to enhance a more user-led service model. And so we also wanted to be more close to the grassroots, to the everyday life of people, to each catchment area. And as KDI had also talked about, we need sustainability, and we also need partners for that kind of sustainability as well. So that's some of the strategies that we're promoting. So I would say that we are promoting our model in a two-track way. On first level, we are expanding continuously the services that we are providing. But on the other hand, the co-production agency is also building capacity and also fostering different actors at the grassroots level. And governance is also a very important part of our models. So we wanted a not just a public-private partnership, also private partnership as well. And so with these kind of partnerships, we are planning to strengthen the horizons of our actors. So these are some of the activities that we have been promoting. So first of all is the My Neighborhood Sharing Leader. So there are everyday kind of services. For example, mobility services, meal services. And so Bapogu will actually delegate those services so that they can be provided by the social economy actors. So this project was done hand in hand with the Seoul Metropolitan Government. So our intermediary support agencies like ourselves provided the support amongst the various different actors. And so one important characteristic that we wanted to establish was that we would have a one-stop service. So it would sort of be an integrated channel. So it's a one-stop service. And so then we would coordinate what kind of services should be provided to the users through that single channel. So here, the social economy organizations could be certified or non-certified, but anyway, we are working closely with these social enterprises in the local community, but also with other kind of actors like disabled people's organizations and rehabilitation organizations, etc. We're also working with people who are working to create jobs in the local community. The second project that we are doing is providing home care. It's called the Home Care Family Doctor Project. It's actually it's not a medical care. It's actually home repair service. It's sort of like the general practitioner providing general overall medical services. But in this case, it would actually be the home that would be serviced and not medical care for the people. So anyway, we're trying to promote home repair services for the people living under poor housing conditions. And so for example, there are people who are elderly and they cannot afford to move elsewhere to better housing. And so what we do is that we provide visiting house repair services to these elderly. And so we look for different houses to work on. We look for different projects. And we also work with the community centers and other volunteers in the local community to facilitate this project that we are performing. So anyway, here you see a table of how we divide the home repair service work amongst the different organizations. So we all go from the diagnosis of the house all the way to providing services, home repairs, maintenance, and then consulting and training. So this is actually still a pilot project. So we are not providing services to many people, maybe about 50 or 60 for now, but we're hopefully we'll be able to expand these services. I also said that we are building capacity in the local community. So we have what we call the Mapogu Resident Technical School. So this is another project that we are doing. So this is a training course for the local residents. But it's not just skills training, but it's also providing a venue for people to work together on the local level. So through these different projects, we can see that there are many benefits from the user side. So first of all, they are able to find a solution quite close to them to fulfill their needs. But also from the supplier side, there are many benefits as well, because through the governance consortium, these projects were made possible. And so a lot of the people who were active in these projects realized that this kind of model actually worked. And so it instilled a sense of confidence. And it also provided a way for the social economy actors to be able to find what issues there were in the local community. Solidarity and cooperation are very basic values in the social economy, but during the last 3 years, we had experienced that on the ground as we were promoting these projects. So it's actually words put into action, and that was a very invaluable experience for us. And in Mapo, we were able to build a social housing project as a result of our activities, and we were able to expand the attention and interest towards care work in the local community. I think that's another achievement. So these are some of the ways forward, our future tasks for further development. So this table was drawn for the first time when we were first working with the Mapogu for the Care SOS Center. And so these are a variety of different services, like mobility, health services, housing services, etc. So I won't be able to quantify the achievements specifically, but you can see that there are many achievements that have been made. But that also means that we have a lot to do going forward. We need to expand the services, and so those are some of our tasks going forward. Seoul City is also providing a variety of different care services, but they are very basic services. And in the process of the provision of those care services, we are finding a niche. So there are other types of services that are necessary, and we are able to come up with new models for provision of care. And we are much closer to the local community because the local governments also base their provision of service based on a database. But for us, we are right there on the ground. So the social economy actors are on the ground in the grassroots. They are much closer to the local residents. So rather than basing themselves on the database, they are able to base themselves and the provision of care on actual real life experience. Another future task is that we have to come up constantly with new business models, and we have to be able to advance the business models. I had mentioned this one-stop service, and it's very important, but it's costly. And also quality control and quality assurance are also quite important. So they are still challenges that we have to overcome going forward. Another thing I'd like to mention for our future task is that we need to strengthen the basis for cooperation and solidarity within the local communities. And so we need a qualitative upgrading of the services that we provide. And we have to ensure that this kind of provision of care brings together both the providers and also the user side. So expanding the horizon of solidarity is another very important task. So we have to be able to perform a variety of different activities. And hopefully maybe we'll be able to bring about a legislation of a local governance ordinance on social service support. In Korea recently, social service innovation is like a big topic, and there are huge debates right now in Korea about the issue. There's something that we must really hold on to. Innovation is not just about connecting with new platforms or new technology. Actually, it's really about going back to the most basic that already exists in local communities. It's going back to the very basic needs and the care and the values of cooperation and solidarity. So the new values that are created from this kind of solidarity and cooperation are actually the innovations that we need to be striving towards. So this slide actually gives a quote from the founding statement of the Mapo Care Social Cooperative that was launched in February 2022. And so we want to put the pieces of the puzzle together, and so that can be put together with the social economy actors. And so we still have a long way to go, but I have just been introducing to you some of the projects that we have been promoting for the last 3 years, and hopefully our experience will be of benefit to you, be of an insight to you all. So hopefully our model will give some insight for the country, for all of Korea. So thank you very much for your attention. That's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. Let's give her another big round of applause. Thank you very much.
네, 마포구의 돌봄 공생산.
The Mapo district's cases have been introduced, and also the development and advancement plan and prospects have been introduced. Thank you for your great insights. Now we'll move on to the third presentation of the first session. We're going to invite Mr. Ari Laufer, Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Regional Director of WISE Employment. The title is WISE Employment, Empowerment Through Employment.
Joining us here today. If you hear me, please begin your presentation. Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. As coming from Melbourne, Australia, as the tradition is in our country, our meetings are being held internationally, but I'm based on the land of the Burong clan of the Kulin Nation. I wish to acknowledge them as the traditional owners, and I'd like to pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging, as well as Aboriginal elders and members of other First Nations people on this Zoom call across the world today. Thank you for inviting me here today to talk. First of all, I'd like to thank COSA, who I think are a fantastic international organisation, and very encouraging of social enterprises and NGOs, and have actually helped me quite a lot while I've been in Korea. Next slide, please. Wise Employment is very much about empowering our clients, our people, and as an NGO social enterprise, really making a difference in people's lives and achieving their potential. And that takes a whole community to ensure that sustainability of all aspects of our community go forward. Next slide, please. What makes Wise Employment different? Wise Employment is made up of people, its services, its community and clients across all states in Australia, the United Kingdom and Hong Kong. This includes government services to approximately 40,000 clients each year just in Australia alone, plus also 5 pure commercial social enterprises providing services in 3 states. This sheer weight of community numbers ensures large and social impact of the NGO social enterprise movement and provides the ability to get economies of scale and sustainability. In Australia alone, we trade at 160 million Australian dollars each year. And of course, this provides an opportunity to live and breathe our social enterprises within the community they come from. Next slide, please. WISE commenced 30 years ago as a group of concerned people, as people with disabilities came from institutions and wondered with their families and carers how they could enter the mainstream employment market in Australia. This is quite amazing, and this has expanded from a bunch of parents and carers and families to an organisation that provides a bunch of services across a number of countries. This includes services for disability services, for people released from prison, for refugees, for migrants, for those over 50, for women, for those of LGBTIQ plus background. We provide services across communities specifically, and that has evolved through innovation, but also sheer will of the community. Many of the services are similar to Korean services, contracts and works, including through government tenders. We work in partnership with ministries like MOAL and COSA in various countries. But most importantly, I think what is really important is the sustainability of the programs. We work in a commercial way, but as a social enterprise and not for profit. All our surpluses are invested back into the community. Next slide, please. I feel this is an important slide and I have included this. These are not taglines, these are not marketing lines. As an NGO and social enterprise, we truly live this every day in the work that we do with our clients, in our communities, and with our customers. For an NGO or social enterprise, it's important to work beyond the vision and the mission of an organisation, and to have simple statements that really reflects the relationships we have with our customers, with each other, with the community, and the impact or the real world of working lives and how we can empower people who are mostly marginalised into employment. We, the team, and I mean over 1,600 of us purely just in Australia, live this and we stand for these every single day. And that is the power of a sustainable social enterprise and the ability to contribute in the community. Next slide, please. These photos are actually of disability employment clients. Steve is on the top, Jonathan on the bottom. These are real lives we've changed, both with visible and invisible disabilities. And like many of you, you work in communities with the most marginalised people. A lot of WISE's work is with government employment services, and they are the most marginalised in the society. And we know that in Korea and other OECD societies, people who need more support, more resources, and empowerment to enter the mainstream employment market. As I said earlier, this could include those over 50 who have been restructured out. It could be women. It could be LGBTIQ+. It could be those with a disability. But we help each client individually because they are individuals. They're part of a community, part of a wider community. And this is about living the social enterprises and having sustainable jobs within the community. This individual tailored support is not rocket science, but it is the way that we support as an NGO, a social enterprise, such as WISE, each year. And that includes over 40,000 clients in Australia alone this year. They are matched to the correct employer, and this is often the most critical part of the solution. We are extremely customer focused, and this ensures the correct match in the community. Next slide, please. WISE has 5 pure social enterprises. These employ those with a disability and the most marginalised into mainstream employment. And these compete on the commercial market for commercial contracts and commercial opportunities. These are not what they would call workshops per se. These are people who we genuinely employ who compete against other companies for contracts. This has been evolving over the last 15 years to the point where this year our social enterprises will trade over 20 million Australian dollars this year alone in revenue. And they generate a small surplus, which we invest back into the community. This is just purely of the social enterprises. They're competitively priced and provide mainstream employment for those who really need in the community. Next slide, please. These WISE social enterprise companies are highly regarded in Australia, and they're incredibly sustainable. And in the last 10 years, one of the government TV stations has made a number of programs about them. Indeed, in other programs focusing with people with disability beyond that, some of our social enterprise participants and teams have been on these TV programs. This increases the exposure of the social enterprise participants on mainstream TV, which is a fantastic, as you would all agree, opportunity to showcase not just our work, but the value of the social enterprise in communities, but also of the participants and how they've moved into mainstream employment. But their daily work is to commercial standards, have no doubt about that, and open to market competitive forces. So therefore the quality has always had to mean 100% quality, which has really led to increased growth and increased business, allowing WISE to employ more and more people every year in their communities for sustainable jobs. Next slide, please. Important here is the social value of WISE's social enterprises that have created in the economy and the return on investment. For every $1 it costs to operate our social enterprise, it generates $6.50 in social value. If you multiply this out at $20 million a year, the importance of social enterprises should never be underestimated. And this is something that I say today to all of you, is to promote your social enterprise, measure your social enterprises, and highlight to everyone the economic and social value in the community of your social enterprise. This investment is critical to showcase your work in numbers that the commercial sector and the wider government bodies can understand, real economic terms. And when, as they say, when the tide rises, all the boats rise with it. And as we all, as a global community, show the value of our social enterprises and NGOs, then we all benefit from this. Next slide, please. WISE is a house of brands. And the truth is, this is part of the innovation that we have done over the years. We have a number of new and innovative programs, ones that we've had for 30 years and others that are brand new. But successful programs include GradWise, where we place university graduates with a disability into work that is similar to their degrees. Wise Women, incredibly successful, for women, by women. Services to preparing and connecting women to jobs in their community, sustainable jobs. Wise Ways to Work, helping people living with mental illness prepare for work. We have a registered training organisation, and as an organisation, we, for the last over a decade, do occupational rehabilitation services. This really helps the pointy end of those in the community who struggle to get into mainstream work, to work out issues like drug and alcohol or ex-offenders, to really assist them to get them into sustainable jobs in the community. Next slide, please. WISE, through its Promise framework, measures our social and economic impact on our customers, our team members, and the impact on the community. This is quite a comprehensive report, and this is only a couple of measures that we measure. But it's important that we don't burn out the community or burn out our staff or our team members while we're trying to achieve things for our clients. This took 3 years to develop, and it was done in conjunction with MIT and Social Ventures. And this report covers many aspects: our environmental impact, our economic impact of both the trust mechanisms of our clients to us and the community, as well as the trust of our team members towards us and where we're going. There's many things in this report, but this is a critical part of telling the WISE impact story. And this is important for everyone to understand, that for NGOs and social enterprises, telling your impact story is really important. As you can see on the screen, this one talks about the reduction in welfare that we've provided to the Australian government. It also talks about the value of the support that people have had from WISE. We have a number of social impact, but what comes out of this is, for sustainable jobs and sustainable communities, it is important for NGOs and social enterprises to measure these things. Next slide, please. This is, time is short, but as an NGO and social enterprise, our message is much for you as it is for me, our team, our clients, our employers. Believe in your ability. Believe in your ability to make a difference in your community. Believe in your ability for sustainable jobs, sustainable communities, and happy clients. Again, thank you to COSA for inviting me, and the great work that they've done in assisting me thus far, and including with many of you, myself, a big round of applause to COSA, but also to the translators that have worked very hard. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. Ari Lau.
Thank you very much. That was a very considerate and insightful presentation that you just gave us. So you have been talking about WISE and employment and some of the work you have been doing to strengthen the social solidarity economy. And so that brings us to the end of session number 1. Please give us a moment to rearrange the stage. And in the meantime, I'll be giving you some housekeeping announcements. We're going to start a Q&A and discussion session soon. So there's going to be people participating on Zoom, and then there'll be people here in the hall who can participate. And so there'll be people in person, but also remotely as well. Many participants have been coming up with various questions and comments, so I think it's going to be a lively discussion. So please use the QR code, and then your uploaded questions will be delivered to the moderators, and then I will ask the participants to answer the questions. Those of you who are here, please use the QR code that is in the front cover of the program book. And then you can access the platform where you can upload your questions. And so we look forward to your participation. We're going to have a lucky draw afterwards. So those of you who have uploaded questions can participate in the lucky draw and receive a gift afterwards. So we have been able to rearrange the stage. We now have the moderator and the Korean participant, but online we have Franca Guglielmetti, and we also have Mr. Ari Laufer, who are joining us through Zoom in this panel discussion. So yes, are you there, everyone? So let me first of all introduce the moderator.
자리하셨습니다. 여러분.
Our moderator is Hyungmi Kim, Associate Professor of Department of Social Economy of Sangji University. Thank you very much. And we will invite Hong Jinju Hong, Chief Executive Officer of Mapugu Employment and Welfare Service Center. The moderator is Kim Haewon Kim, Professor of Korean National University of Education. If you are ready, please go ahead. Moderator Kim Haewon, can you hear me? Thank you very much. I am Kim Haewon, Professor of Korea National University of Education. The history of the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum has been quite long. We have discussed many topics, but this time we are going to discuss under the topic of sustainable jobs and social services. And we have invited just the right social entrepreneurs today. As you have listened from the presentation of KDI, it is an Italian social enterprise or social cooperative, and it has been providing social services at a very large scale. And it is also a cooperative, so it is very widely known. And the second case was provided by Mapo District by Chief Executive Officer Jinju Hong. It is not an easy task, but Mapo District has engaged in many different projects related to social and collective production. And based on that foundation, many social enterprises and cooperatives have been formed. So I think it's a very important movement. And third is the case of wise employment. It's about providing employment service to the marginalized group. They are connected to mainstream jobs. So the social enterprise has been operating these tasks, and it's very active. Korea's employment service has grown and advanced for the past 10 years. The government has its own employment service, but as a partner, social enterprises could play a big role. And I think that these cases show how social enterprises can play a very important role. So I think this fits very right to the sustainable jobs and social services theme. There are many questions that are trickling in right now. And we also have questions that have been made in advance. Of course, I cannot introduce all the questions, and it will be difficult to answer all the questions. But then aside from the questions from the audience, I think there would be some questions among the panelists today, the speakers. So rather than just answering the questions that you have been asked, I think you could ask questions with each other. So there was questions from the online, and there had been some common questions. First, so what is the average age for those working in the social enterprises and the cooperatives? I think rather the average age is actually increasing. So maybe we need to do something to engage more younger participants. In the presentation of KDI, there has been some mentioning about lack of workforce in this sector and lack of attention from the younger generation. In Korea, after the first generation of the social and solidarity economy has grown, now we are thinking about how to nurture the next generations in the social and solidarity economy. So I'd like to ask this question to the president of KDI and Chief Executive Officer Jin Joo-hong, and if possible, to Deputy Chief Executive Officer Ari Laufer about this, how to engage more younger participants in the social and solidarity economy. Do you have any ideas, any alternatives, and what are your thoughts about this? First, maybe we could listen to President of KDI on this question.
Vi ringrazio molto di avermi invitato a partecipare a questo forum e ora rispondo molto volentieri alle vostre domande.
Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to be here and I will be answering your questions.
Il coinvolgimento delle giovani generazioni è un problema che noi cerchiamo di affrontare soprattutto attraverso l'attività della nostra associazione delle cooperative.
The involvement of young cooperators is a work that we are trying to do thanks to our associations representing cooperatives.
E facciamo molte iniziative con le scuole e con l'università per spiegare alle giovani generazioni che cos'è la cooperazione e quali opportunità di lavoro offre.
We are organizing a lot of initiatives with schools and universities to try to teach them what is cooperation and what they can do in a cooperative.
Esistono due tipi di progetti, il primo è rivolto alle scuole medie superiori e anche alle scuole medie, quindi ai ragazzi tra gli 11 e i 16 anni.
So we have two different projects. The first one is targeting boys and girls 18 to 16-year-old going to school, to middle school.
E invece un altro progetto che riguarda gli studenti universitari e che li coinvolge nella realizzazione di start-up in forma cooperativa.
Another project is targeting older people and try to teach them how to organize and set up a cooperative, a social enterprise.
Come cooperativa KDI invece cerchiamo di favorire lo svolgimento di tirocini formativi presso i nostri servizi, soprattutto da parte dell'università e delle scuole medie superiori, in modo tale che gli allievi possano interessarsi al nostro lavoro e quindi poi accettare di lavorare con KDI.
As regards KDI, we are trying to organize more and more internships to get people from university and college involved so that they can understand what it means to work in a cooperative.
Ciò nonostante, in quest'ultimo periodo, soprattutto dopo il Covid, continuiamo a fare molta fatica a trovare persone che poi intendono davvero impegnarsi nel nostro lavoro. Finiscono il percorso di studi, ma poi evidentemente scelgono altre strade.
After the COVID crisis, it has become more and more difficult to get young people involved in this kind of job because they end their studying path and they decide to go with other working paths. Thank you.
네, 우리 홍진주 센터.
So now the mic goes to Jinju Hong. So what do you think? So that was quite a difficult question. So when it comes to care and social services, there are not very many youth in the social economy, and that's the reality. And that also pertains not just to the youth, but there are not that many middle-aged people either who want to participate in providing care. And so we wanted to find ways to change the mindset. So we all know that care is lacking and insufficient. And so the care provided by the social economy is seen to be really hard work. And rather than just focusing on the hard or difficulties of providing care, we want to be able to emphasize that providing care is a very valuable work in the local community and trying to disseminate that kind of awareness. So we don't have any particular plans as yet, but rather than having just one individual organization trying to foster the next generation, we are trying to pull the organizations together so that we are able to provide more collective kind of education and training to foster more young people to enter the social solidarity economy. And so perhaps that's one idea. And another thing is that we sort of need to do away with the prejudice towards a provision of care, because many people think that care is just for all the people. And so we also be able to promote provision of care and care services as something that is a little bit more sophisticated. Perhaps we could think about convergence with a new kind of mobile technology and also be able to promote it so that it is able to change the perception. How about you, Mr. Reifer, in WISE? How do you work with young people to induce the participation of young people in your organization?
Thank you very much. Approximately 15 to 20% of our 40,000 clients are under the age of 25. Reflecting that, of our 1,600 team members, approximately 15 to 20% of our workforce are also under 30. So we find that attracting people to work in our workforce helps us relate to our clients at a younger age. We also have a number of programs, as I said earlier, such as GradWise and Wise Women, that target younger people in the economy to work through our systems. We invest heavily in social media, particularly the social media of young people, Gen Ys, Gen Zs as well. We also partner with organisations that focus with young people. We invest heavily in talking to schools, particularly schools that have special schools, they're called in Australia, that have students with complex disabilities. In Hong Kong, the same way. We also work closely in partnership with 2 women's professional sports clubs. One is football and the other is netball, both women's sports, and that helps us really relate to younger women in those market segments as we have ambassadors in those areas, and that helps us both attract women and younger people to our services. So it's a multifaceted way. It's taken us a number of years to get to that point. It's not something that you can just do overnight, but we have enhanced, evolved and developed to attract those services. Thank you.
네, 사전에
So we also asked some questions before the forum. And I asked Jinju Hong. There was a question for Jinju Hong. So the question comes from a person who works in Suwon in social enterprise and the social economy. And the question is about the community care. This person who asked that question is also involved in a similar kind of activity in the city of Suwon. So in Suwon, there are home repair services for the vulnerable and medical care. And so there's an integrated organization that provides integrated services. So it was quite successful, and so they were in the press a lot. But unfortunately, that project was implemented only within a certain period of time, and the services could not be continued. And so in the case of Mapo, how are you going to sustain the service? Because I think this formation of the cooperative itself is very meaningful, but what kind of effort did you put in to ensure that the provision of services lead to the creation of a cooperative so that it eventually prolongs those services and so that the services don't stop after a certain amount of time? So that was a question to you, Jinju. And so, and related to that, I also want to add that this kind of collective activity is not very easy. But in the case of KDI, you have a consortium. You work in a form of consortium. You do a lot of joint projects and joint activities amongst the various organizations. And so, whilst you were coordinating between the organizations, you may have found some challenges, but nonetheless, you probably overcame those challenges and became successful. So what were the tips that allowed you to be so successful in coordinating between organizations? So Minju, you can go first, and then Franca, then you can go second. So in many different areas, there are many pilot tests in the provision of care, but then the pilot test comes to an end and the services stop. We also went through several crises and we are always worried. We don't know if you're going to be able to continue next year. So the concern is already there, but we fortunately was able to continue for 3 years. And the cooperative has not been certified by the government as yet, but during our work, forging solidarity, the intermediary support organization, like my organization, played a big role, I think, and helped those organizations grow. And also, public policy governance structures allowed for this kind of private partnership to become possible. And so there have been some difficulties in finances and personnel, but we were able to get support from the public sector as well. So I can also say that the Seoul Metropolitan City's Social Economy Support Center was very helpful. And so there were a lot of support. But I don't want to say that we depended on public finances, but it did play an important role in triggering our growth, and it allowed for us to forge the foundation for our organizations. So the private sector is trying out many different initiatives, and so we don't want them just to be trial and error all the time. I think there has to be some financing and some support coming from the public sector so that the private sector initiatives are able to leap onto the next stage. We also need commitment. I'm also still concerned about what's going to happen next year, and I don't know where the money is going to come from next year. But we worry, and the local government worries, and because of that, I think we are able to find some sort of solution. But I think the commitment is also there, and that also played an important part. Thank you very much.
If I may add a question to your answer. Well, cooperatives are consisting of business owners themselves. So I thought that it would be a general cooperative plus business owners cooperative, but you have actually made a social cooperative, so it was a bit different. And there should be multi-stakeholders in social cooperative. So I was wondering who other stakeholders are. Maybe as you have been engaged in the care services, maybe the local residents would be participating and other local social service actors would be participating. Have they been committed to and contributed to the success of your social cooperative? That was what I was wondering.
It's still ongoing, but anyway, the social cooperative model for us was something that was very important for us right from the beginning, because provision of social services should not come from an organization that just seems to be another interest group. And so we were a little bit concerned about the perceptions towards us. So, of course, we also need to create value, but ultimately, our goal is to provide proper services to the local community. And so that's why we opted for a social cooperative model. So, of course, it's really complicated to be certified because, like you said, our cooperative is formed by different enterprises. So it's a little bit difficult, but nonetheless, we wanted to take the initiative. Each of the organizations and enterprises thought that they have to take the initiative, and intermediary support organizations like my organization is also participating in the co-op. And so we also wanted to the user side organizations to eventually join the co-op. So that's the model that we had in mind. So I'd like to now give the microphone to Franca.
대표님께도
You have talked about the consortium as you have been engaging in consortium or joint business. What kind of challenges have you faced and how did you overcome them? Could you give us a case study?
To the interpreter for Franca Guglielmetti. So can you hear me? Would you please keep closer to the microphone to hear your voice clear and bigger sound?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Bene, grazie per la domanda, sempre molto stimolante. Allora, per noi i consorzi, quindi il rapporto con le altre cooperative, sia cooperative sociali che altri generi di cooperative su questo territorio, è stato un forte fattore di successo. Bologna è una città che ha un'altissima densità di cooperative di vario genere, e il rapporto con il movimento cooperativo nel nostro territorio è stato per noi un fattore molto importante di successo.
So thank you very much for this engaging question. For KDI, for us, the relationship to other cooperatives, not only social cooperatives, but also other kind of cooperatives, has been a really important success factor. Also because our territory, the Bologna territory, is very rich in cooperatives.
E un altro fattore di successo è stato il rapporto con l'ente pubblico, nel senso di integrarsi con la programmazione dell'erogazione dei servizi dell'ente pubblico e quindi poter svolgere questi servizi in collaborazione con i comuni o con le regioni del nostro territorio. La regione.
Another success factor for us is the relationship to the public sector to provide healthcare services. So what I mean is mainly the relationship to municipalities and regions.
Oggi le sfide che abbiamo davanti sono quelle di tutelare i servizi che abbiamo sviluppato perché siamo di fronte ad una crisi economica e sociale molto importante in Italia.
So our main challenge today is to protect the services that we have created because we are facing a very big economic and social crisis in Italy.
Anche nel nostro territorio molte cooperative sociali sono in grande difficoltà per le conseguenze dei lockdown durante il periodo del Covid e oggi per l'andamento dell'inflazione che in Italia è molto forte e per l'aumento dei costi energetici.
So a lot of cooperatives here in Italy are mainly facing difficulties because of the consequences of COVID and lockdown, the consequences of a very high inflation and the rising prices of energy.
In Italia e in Europa la guerra in Ucraina, l'invasione russa dell'Ucraina ha generato una fortissima crisi non solo di tipo geopolitico ma anche proprio di tipo economico.
So for Italy and for Europe in general, the Ukrainian war has generated a very important economic crisis.
Oggi noi cerchiamo di reagire attraverso una più forte integrazione tra le cooperative sociali del territorio e anche in questo i nostri consorzi sono di grande aiuto. Le cooperative più piccole possono appoggiarsi a quelle più grandi e in questo caso KDI svolge anche un ruolo di tutorship rispetto a queste cooperative.
So to react, we think that it is very important to foster integration among cooperatives. And in this meaning, consortia are very helpful. So we believe that small cooperatives can be helped by bigger cooperatives. And in this sense, the role of KDI is a very important one.
Un'altra sfida che abbiamo davanti e che si collega a quello che ha detto prima nell'intervento precedente è il rapporto con le associazioni di promozione sociale e le associazioni di volontariato del territorio. Another
challenge for us is the relationship with the Social Promotion Association and Volunteering Association.
Durante il periodo del Covid questo rapporto, questa integrazione e collaborazione è stata molto importante e oggi sia la pubblica amministrazione che gli stessi cittadini si aspettano che la cooperazione sociale collabori con le associazioni del territorio per sviluppare servizi di maggior prossimità, più vicini ai cittadini e servizi che noi chiamiamo sociali di iniziativa, ovvero che vanno incontro ai bisogni dei cittadini senza aspettare che siano i cittadini a chiedere aiuto.
So after COVID, this kind of collaborations has become more and more important, particularly with the public administration and the citizenship. We are now trying to promote proximity services to meet the needs of people.
Grazie, penso di aver risposto. Se ci sono altre domande sono disponibile ovviamente.
Thank you. That was my answer. Of course, I am available for further questions.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to give the mic to two persons who are online. You have been also, the other panelists have been listening to presentations by Mr. Ari Laufer. You talked about how investing $1 led to the creation of $6.5 of social value. And so it was really inspiring. But there are two questions for you. One question is, Ari, so it'll be a bit complicated, I know, but how were you able to calculate that kind of social value? Can you explain the calculation that was involved? And the second question is, so was that kind of metric or the calculation method developed by Wise Employment? How about the other social enterprises? Do they have their own methodology of calculating the social value that was created, or is it like a common tool that you use? So I think perhaps if you could explain the background a little bit, because in Korea there is also a lot of discussion about how we're going to measure the creation of social value by social enterprises. So there is a suggestion that the government has to come up with a standardized calculation, and this calculation methodology should be used to maybe provide public financing. So that's one discussion that's taking place. So anyway, it's a really hot issue in Korea right now. So in Australia, when it comes to financial organizations, financial institutions, and government and the public sector, what's the perception towards the calculation of the social value? So anyway, to summarize, was the methodology developed by Wise Employment and social enterprises in Australia all have their own methodology? So that was one question. So yes.
Thank you for a fantastic question, and I'm happy to answer that. First of all, I need to apologize to the audience. I'm not an economist, I'm not a mathematician, but the metrics that are involved for developing and calculating the return on investment is an economic return done by econometrics, and that's been undertaken by Social Ventures Australia. they have brought in universities to calculate that, and it's generally accepted across Australia that this is an acceptable rate of return, so much so that the state governments in Australia accept the social rate of return by organisations like Social Ventures Australia, who work with university economics departments to get to that figure. Unfortunately, I'm not a mathematician or I have a master's in a totally different discipline, so I can't explain the mathematics of this. But it has led to policy change by our government. So a number of state governments in Australia now require, for government procurement, social enterprises that can prove their social rate of investment or rate of return to have a certain percentage of the subcontracts. So, for example, we are, in my state, in Victoria, building a new subway line. A certain percentage of those construction firms have to outsource subcontracts to social enterprises that can show their social rate of return to the government. And we have a number of cleaning contracts with those subcontractors. In, for example, the prison system that is outsourced, we also work providing grounds maintenance to big multinationals who run the prisons, because certain percentages have to go to social enterprises that can show that rate of return. So the perception is changing. There is a lot of work to do, but the social enterprise movement in Australia has worked with universities and with government departments to ensure that social procurement becomes part of bigger tenders through this process. I hope that answers your question.
네, 답변 감사합니다. 저희한테 시사점을 많이 주는
Yes, thank you very much. We learned a lot of insights from your answers. Korean companies and Korean social enterprises are moving towards this direction. And as I hear from you that this is a general direction and general method that Australia is taking, I think we are actually headed in the right direction. That's what I think. Well, thank you very much. And there's another question. So those who are in the care service sector, there are a lot of questions around their working conditions and their wages. So this is also a social issue. So we need to address this problem, and one way is to do so by approaching it with the social enterprises. But then the low valorization, low social value added rated on the social enterprises is a very big problem. And this is actually a question and a comment as well. So if we take this as a question, I would like to ask how the Mapo district approached this issue, how to address this issue. And then also I could ask this question to President of KDI. You have briefly mentioned about this during your presentation. So what would be a new approach that could resolve this issue? Maybe you have mentioned just the big picture, but could you give us any concrete actions that you are taking to overcome this low valorization issue? First, I'll give the microphone to Ms. Hong.
어려운 질문만. Yeah, you keep giving me really difficult questions there. So, yeah, the low price and people being burnt out, yeah, it's indeed an issue. But there are leaders of the social enterprises who say that rather than saying, oh, it's really difficult, so let's not do it, rather, we should all strive to challenge those difficulties straight on. So trying to come up with an alternative model. So our leaders are really very encouraging, and they're always willing to voice themselves out. So they're always saying that we really have to face the challenges head on. So I think there is a policy side to all this. The social economy needs to provide social services, but it's very low wage and low priced and low cost. And so that can't ensure quality of the services. So we have to tackle this. A lot of our leaders are really just surviving day to day. But I think solidarity and care and encouragement for one another are also very important. So it's an insufficient measure, but that's it for now. Thank you very much. So now give the mic to Franca. Franca, would you like to go ahead?
답변 부탁드립니다.
Grazie, anche per me è una domanda piuttosto difficile a cui rispondere. Come ho già detto nel mio intervento, questo è un tema che ci è particolarmente caro e sensibile. Gli sforzi che stiamo facendo vanno in diverse direzioni. In primo luogo la relazione con il sindacato, che in Italia ha un valore e un potere molto significativo.
So thank you. This is a very challenging question for us as well. As I already said in intervention, this is an important issue, and I think that one important aspect to be tackled is the relationship with workers' associations.
Col sindacato stiamo cercando di dialogare per ottenere un nuovo contratto collettivo nazionale di lavoro che migliori le condizioni di lavoro dei nostri lavoratori. Poi non sarà semplice ottenere dai nostri committenti il riconoscimento di questi ulteriori costi.
So with the workers' associations, we are trying to go in the direction of a new collective contract for better working conditions. But of course, it is difficult to get these conditions recognized.
Molto dipende anche da come l'ente pubblico, che è il nostro partner nello svolgimento dei servizi, si attrezza per riconoscere questi maggiori costi.
So a lot depends also on the public entity, because they should recognize these better working conditions.
Per questo l'altro fronte su cui lavoriamo è quello della pressione politica, fare azioni di lobby attraverso le nostre associazioni perché la pubblica amministrazione riconosca il maggior valore del lavoro sociale.
This is why we think that another important aspect is lobbying and doing.
Cooperativa HDI cerchiamo di valorizzare soprattutto la professionalità dei nostri operatori.
So as KDI, what we try to do is to valorize as much as possible the professionality of our staff.
Cosa dice? Attraverso dei momenti pubblici di presentazione delle nostre attività, oppure la pubblicazione di articoli e su riviste, oppure la realizzazione di contenuti web che possano valorizzare le esperienze e le competenze dei nostri operatori. È una forma più di cura e di riconoscimento intangibile del loro valore, ma è quello che noi possiamo fare singolarmente come cooperativa.
One example is to try to publish articles on magazines and try to create web contents on the experiences and competencies of our staff. Now we know that this is only an intangible recognition, but still we are trying to start from there.
Grazie all'action plan della UE, che vuole valorizzare molto l'economia sociale, Nel nostro territorio è iniziato un percorso di valorizzazione del lavoro sociale attraverso l'iniziativa delle nostre associazioni, delle pubbliche amministrazioni e dei sindacati. È un percorso lungo attraverso il quale speriamo di riuscire ad ottenere un maggior riconoscimento di questo valore sia in termini economici che anche in termini di reputazione e di riconoscimento sociale del valore di questo lavoro.
Thanks to the European Union Action Plan, we are now trying to create a path to valorize work on the territory for our staff. We know that this will be a long path, but we hope that this will bring to a higher recognition and also higher reputation for our work.
Grazie.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So the next question actually is from me. So I'm going to ask Ari, Mr. Laufer. So I'm researching about employment services, in fact. And so in Australia, you have employment service market is developed at the initiative of the government. And Ingeus is quite a famous company in Australia. It's a full-profit company, and it's also present in the Korean market as well as many other markets as well. Ingeus and Wise Employment, do they differ? So what are they different? How are they different? So as social enterprises, what kind of differentiation strategies do you have working in the employment market? Because for Korean enterprises, social enterprises working in employment services, I think your insight might be quite helpful.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Ingenious owned by a stock exchange listed company called APM. The difference obviously is APM are an international company whose profits go back to the shareholders on the listed stock exchange. Wise Employment, any surpluses we create go back and invest to the community. So one of the things that we do is we attract a different type of staff that are more interested in values-based type work. It also allows us to invest more money into our customer service offering and be more customer centric because our community is our shareholders. So therefore we're able to invest into new innovative programs because we do not have to pay profits back to the stock market or shareholders. So we attract a different type of employee proposition that allows us to innovate in the market at our own cost. While that affects our bottom line, it does allow us to target a different type of service offering. So as I said earlier, we have a program for women by women. This is a program that we fund ourselves from our surpluses that differentiates us in the market. We have a program called Rainbow Wise, which is LGBTIQ+. That is funded by us in the marketplace from our surpluses. These sort of services that are highly specialised but are a niche market differentiate us in the marketplace to provide a different level of service as opposed to corporate organisations whose profits go to the stock market, so they have to build those profits in. We can invest in service innovation and targeting the most marginalised. I hope that answers your question.
네,
Yes, I could see the big difference. And thank you for your insightful answer. I think I have already passed our given time by 1 or 2 minutes. I have a lot of questions still, but due to time constraint, I think we will have to wrap up our panel discussion. So as we listen to the two panelists, I And listening to your presentation, I could think about one Korean company that is engaged in a similar work. KDI has transitioned from a social cooperative, from a general cooperative. There is a Korean cooperative that has transitioned into a workers' cooperative too. So maybe you could have exchange with each other. And about wise employment, although the policy environment is different in Korea, a lot of Korean companies and entities have been trying to move in that direction. So maybe it would be a good opportunity for them to have exchange with wise employment. Well, thank you very much for participating in the panel discussion. And I would also like to thank the online and offline audience for asking your insightful questions. With that, we will close the first session. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Professor Haewon Kim for moderating this session, and I would also like to thank people who have participated online and offline for and sharing your insights. Now we will take a 20-minute break, and we will move on to the second session from 4:30. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 현장에 계신 참석자분들께 안내 드리겠습니다. 여러분들을 위해 준비한 커피와 다가와
We have coffee and refreshments outside in the lobby. So for those who are participating offline, please enjoy the refreshment provided at the lobby. And please refrain from taking the refreshments inside the hall. We will meet again at 4:30. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 장내에 계신 참가자분들께 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
Attention, please. We will begin the second session of the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022 at 4:30. The topic for the second session will be cooperative ecosystem coping with local extinction. I would like to ask the guests to take your seats and begin. And as we begin the second session at 4:30.
네, 다시 한번 장내에 계신 참가자분들께 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
Attention, please. We will shortly begin the second session of the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022. Please come in the hall and take your seats. Thank you very much.
May I have your attention, please? We are now beginning the 2022 Social Enterprise Leaders Forum, the session 2. So please enter the hall and take your seat. 네, 다시 한번 자리해 주신 모든 분
Thank you very much for joining the second session. Now we are going to begin the second session of the Social Enterprise Leaders Forum 2022. The topic for the second session is cooperative ecosystem coping with local extinction. We have speakers from who are joining from online. So I'd like to introduce the speakers. First is Yuki Kawai, board member of Kochi Prefectural Union of Agricultural Cooperatives.
board member of Kochi Prefectural Union of Agricultural Cooperative. So please welcome her with a huge round of applause. 네, 이사님을 큰 박수로 함께 맞이하.
Please give a big hand. Now, the topic for her presentation was the efforts of the JA Women's Organization in Tohu Town, Kochi Prefecture.
minasan, konnichiwa.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for inviting me to this very important Social Enterprise Leaders Forum. So this is my 5th visit to Korea. It's been quite a long time, actually, so I'm really happy to be back in Korea. So my name is Kawai Yuki. I was born in 1963, so I'm 59 years old now. So I live with my grandchildren, and you can see the photo of me with my grandchildren in my hometown of Tosa town of Kochi Prefecture. So I'm a full-time farmer right now, and my husband has another job. So he has another job aside from farming. And I am a full-time member of the agricultural co-op. And my husband farms when he's not working at his other job. And so we do rice farming. We have about 1.3 hectares of a rice paddy. And we also do beef cattle breeding. There's a certain type of cows. They're Red Bulls that we use for breeding. And we have 13 cows, female cows. And so I had to ask my neighbors and my husband to tend to my pregnant cow. And I heard that my pregnant cow had finally given birth to calves. So I'm very happy. So I was able to come to Korea thanks to my neighbors who helped out. And so I have the encouragement and support from my family and my neighbors, which allows me to be more committed and involved in this kind of work that I do. Anyway, we have a step style rice paddy, and we also use compost. So we have rather a circulatory farming method. So we have this is an overview of the Tosa town of the Kochi Prefecture. So you can see that my family helps and my grandchildren helps with the farming. So I left for Korea a day before yesterday. And actually, the work at the rice paddy is just finished on the day that I had to leave for Korea. And so my family helps with the watering and taking care of the rice paddy. So anyway, like I said, we have a step-style rice paddy, and it's really great to look at. And people take a look at the picture and they feel that it's a really beautiful place to live. But actually, it's a really big rice paddy. And it's quite near, but it's very steep. And the path through the rice paddy is very narrow, so it's not very easy to work at. Anyway, so in order to farm in areas like this, we need quite a bit of determination and commitment. Otherwise, we can't really continue to work under these difficult circumstances. So it's a hard place to live at times in terms of the topology, but nonetheless, it's very beautiful. We have fresh air. There are various districts within the Tosa town, and we have a lot of sunlight. I live in a place called Aikawa district inside of Tosa town, and in Aikawa there are relatively a lot of children. And in fact, we don't really see an increase in number of children, but we don't see a decrease either. So within Tosa town, you can say that Aikawa district has the most number of children. We also have 3 children in our house. My children actually went to universities in the urban areas, but they got their jobs. And after they graduated, they got jobs, but then they eventually came back to their hometown of Tosa town, and they got married, and now I have 5 grandchildren. And my other child has 4 children, so I have 9 grandchildren in total. So we live a very interesting life. It's very fun. We have sweet potatoes, we have cows and cattle, we do the rice paddy. So we have a very fun life together with the grandchildren. So in 1995, when I was in my 20s, the agricultural co-ops in my area merged. And so that led to a Tosa town JA. So that became the JA Kochi Prefecture. So a new agricultural co-op. And so I was contacted, and I decided that I would form an organization called a Fresh Ms. So this is a group inside of the agricultural co-op consisting of young women. So that's how I became very much involved. And so I became very close to the agricultural co-op. And when I was 38, I became a director for one of the agricultural co-ops. So the board of directors in the agricultural co-op tend to be quite male-centered. A lot of the directors, and especially the president or the chairperson of the agricultural co-op, were all men, and I was a single woman there. So for about 9 years, I was the single woman in the board of directors. And so for 9 years, I was this one and only woman. And after 9 years of service, I thought that I should quit because I can't be a director forever. And then I decided that I wanted to make a lot of effort to foster many women directors and to expand the pool of women directors. And so I was able to increase the number of directors in the BOD to 2 people, to 2 women. And so because I was able to put 2 women in the BOD, I was able to quit as a director. But nonetheless, I continued to have some leadership positions in the agricultural co-op. So anyway, from the age of 38 and 39 onwards, I continued as a woman director in my local community.
約370人のメンバーがいまして、そのメン
And so we consist of 370 women in our group, in the women's group. And so I became head of the women's organization. And so then I was able to become the chairperson and the leader of the women's organization in the Koji town. So I served for about 8-9 years as the chairperson. There is one thing that I find very important is that we need to be self-sufficient and independent. So we need to learn from one another. So those are the values that I think are very important. So from the Fresh Ms, we have been holding this beer hall events every year. And this photo, it's from about 6 years ago, before the COVID pandemic. But anyway, until then, we were able to host these beer halls every year, and they were really popular. So we were able to promote our local food and the local ingredients. And we also had cooking classes, and it was also an occasion for us to further promote the women's organization. And it also provided a funding as well. So it had many benefits. So we did fundraising at the beer hall, and we did a lot of things with that kind of funding. For example, we went on an overseas holiday. It was about 35 years ago. We went to Guam, and going to Guam was also a big issue. And so the Fresh Miss group became really popular, and we were able to increase our membership and our funding, and we came to Korea. And we had lots of really great food while we were in Korea. And we were able to also go on a cruise holiday to Busan. And then the year after, we went to Mont Saint-Michel in Paris. So those were the really good days. The flight was not that expensive, and the Fresh Miss activities were really interesting and fun. So here in the photo, do you see me? Can you find me in the photo? I have my glass of beer, and my sister is right beside me. And also, if you look at the person, there's a person with a yellow apron, and that person is my sister, my younger sister. And then in front of her, there's that kid just lying down. He's my grandchild. And so about 250 people got together for the beer hall across 3 or 4 generations. So it was a really important event. And like I said, we were able to promote the local food and local ingredients. So agricultural co-op brought many people together to have joint events. So this is like a school, a local school. We learn about SDGs, and we do barbecues, we exchange, and then in February, we're going to have a wax laboratory. So we're going to make various objects using wax. Maybe people can get together to play cards. So anyway, this local school plays an important role in the local community. This is called Kawazu Sakura. This is a type of sakura, or the cherry blossom, that blossoms relatively early. And so with the fund we raised at the beer hall, we host these different types of events. And so with these events, we plant 100 trees every single year. And this kind of tree planting was not done just to create a park, but just as a matter of managing the local community that we live in. But anyway, through this tree planting, we're able to make our area into a tourist destination. And so because of these tree planting, we were able to create a beautiful scenery that people wanted to visit. But that was not the aim itself, but it was really for our own benefit. But eventually, it allowed our town to become a tourist destination. And then in 2017, I became a leader, actually the youngest leader of the JA's women's organization with 450,000 members. Then I had the chance to go to Philippines and Turkey to participate in the ICA conferences and other kind of international conferences. And I was able to talk about how the JA Women's Organization came to be launched, and I was also able to make presentations about the women's status in Japanese society. And I also made presentations about how women were able to raise funds for themselves to raise their positions in the local communities and the rural communities. The woman in the middle is my sister, and this was an event of using rice powder to make various foods. So we're making dumplings using rice powder. And so from now, I'm going to be talking about some of the local activities that we've been doing. In 2019, in September, we had a beef wholesale market. It opens every 2 months in the odd-numbered months. And in the market, you have the sellers, and they come to the market early in the morning, and they sell many different things. But there was no restaurant or no canteen, so there was no way for the farmers and the sellers in the market to eat a meal. And so our women's organization members together formed a small group. 12 women from the women's organization actually opened a noodle shop. And so we would have make noodles and curry using the red beef and also the rice powder. So we became really popular, and we sold our noodles and curry in the market during the beef wholesale market. And then there was one store, agricultural co-op store, that was not doing very well. It was continuously at a loss. And so they said that they were going to close down the store. And we thought it very unfortunate. So after a heated discussion, we thought that we would start from what we can do by ourselves without burdening ourselves too much. So then we opened the second store of our noodle shop. And it was actually a cafeteria also, but we would only open it during lunchtime, just once per month. Those people who could only come at dinner time, we would also provide izakaya services. So hopefully the COVID pandemic will end soon, so that we'll be able to reopen these restaurants and cafes. So anyway, if these agricultural co-op stores disappear from the local communities, people won't have a venue to interact with one another. But instead, although the agricultural co-op stores had closed down, we were able to have these types of events and places that brought people together to exchange. And so many people say that they want these events to continue quickly. Anyway, so we were quite well recognized for our noodle shop, and actually the local government said that they would help us renovate the store. We had just asked whether it was possible to renovate and get financing for the renovation, and we didn't expect all of the financing, but it happened. And then we were able to come up with a new type of building where we would share a noodle shop with a fire brigade. And so it has become a very useful building in our local community. So do you see this photo with the flowers? So these are some of the activities we did during the pandemic. So if you come up with creative ideas, we thought we can do something. And so this is it's a project called Take It Home to Decorate and Enjoy. And so it's a bit costly to put all the material and the ingredients together. But anyway, the people who had COVID were suffering, and people were not making any money with the livestock industry. And so it was not exactly profitable per se, but we did it with the help of the volunteers. And so this is sort of the packaging that we did of the various food ingredients from the local area, and also some flowers that people can take home. And the people from the Central Agricultural Co-op also came, and the local government was very encouraging as well. They thought it was a very good idea. So the local government also approached us and also gave us a funding. We didn't expect that kind of financing, but in 1 year, we had these events twice, and we were also able to get financial support. So in the beginning, it was just for volunteer. It was done as a volunteer service, but in the end, the local government was quite supportive and gave us some financing. So this photo is from March, and there is a Gugawa Women's University, and the canoe club came to the Kosa town. So there is a dam, and so they were here for a week to train because they're a canoeing team. And so anyway, they didn't really have any place to eat. And so they asked us what they can do. And so 18 of us got together and we provided them 3 meals a day for a whole week. And so it was really important for us to have this canoeing team from a prominent university. And so it was a first attempt of its kind. But anyway, for a whole week, we provided them meals, every single meal. The students were really satisfied. And in the end, they left letters before they left, and they were really thankful for the service that we had provided. So anyway, I have been talking about vitalizing the local community as part of the local agricultural co-op. The local residents and ourselves, we want to laugh. And so after the different events, we want to feel the sense of accomplishment, and we think that is a very important value for us. So within the women's organization of the agricultural co-op, we have a platform. And in the platform, it says that through the women's organization activities, we will exchange and we will form relationships and we will create a livable local community. So I really like this final part of our platform. And so creating a livable local community and forging relationships, helping one another. I hope those values will continue into the future. So I hope that with my local residents and my neighbors, I will be able to live and laugh and grow old together with my neighbors. So last but not least, I would just like to say that I really appreciate the hosts and the organizers for inviting me to today's forum. Thank you very much. Let's give another big round of applause to Kawayuki.
On your presentation. 네, 이사님의 발표 덕분에 고치.
Thank you very much. We were able to learn about the women's organization, the agricultural co-op in the Koji town. So it was very good sharing of your experiences there. Now let's go on to the next presentation.
Next, I would like to invite Hera Chan, president of With Commune Cooperative, to the stage. The title is G-Care Together with the Social Economy, Neighborhood Community Care, led by residents. Please give a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕.
Good afternoon. I am Hera Chan, president of With Commune Cooperative. I'm from Gwonju, Gangwon Province. Last year and this year, With Commune had embarked on the pilot project together with the Gangwon Community Center. So I'd like to introduce that project. I thought I had given a very short summary of our project, but as I've listened to the previous presentations, I think mine is rather long. Well, before I begin, I'd like to say that the things that I'm going to introduce are not actually officially implemented in Gangwon Province. This is still at the pilot project stage. So I'm just trying to introduce this project, which is currently what we are working on. We don't know whether this will be an official project going forward, but I think somebody has to start this project So I think that that's what we are undertaking. The social economy organizations are engaging in this project to take the initiative. So I think it will be very meaningful enough for us to introduce this project. But going forward, we are going to complement and improve on our current project. Now we have a lot of audience online and offline, and so I would like to ask you to give us a lot of feedback and comments so that we can reflect your inputs into our projects. So first, I would like to talk about aging issue. I think a lot of you have already heard about this. Korean society is already an aging society, and by 2025, we will be entering the super age society with the population over 60 exceeding 20%. According to the statistics of health insurance, the elderly expenditure for the medical insurance has already exceeded 42.3%, and it has exceeded 40 trillion won in 2021. I don't know how big number this is, but I think it is actually large. So there are a lot of expenses that are spent for care and medical services for the elderly. So I think we do have to come up with responses. And this is the proportion of the elderly population by region. By 2025, we are going to enter the super age society. If you look at this picture, you see Gangwon province, and it is already a super aged society. It is ranked 4th, following Jeonnam, Gyeongbuk, Cheonbuk. Gangwon province has a lot of elderly population living alone and low-income population and those with serious diseases. So there are a lot of demand for care, and a lot of social services and vouchers need to be provided. Some are missed out from these benefits, and some are in the blind spots. So there are people who need these care services. So both the quantity and quality are in shortage for the elderly population in Gangwon province. Have you seen this map before? So we think and talk a lot about regional extinction and local extinction. So I have looked up these maps. So I was really surprised by looking at these maps. It's all red. So the red indicates regional extinctions. So I was very surprised. Just look at the 2117 or 2017 map. There are 18 cities and counties in Gangwon province. And from the 2017 map, you can see that almost every cities and counties in Gangwon province are at risk. I don't know if I will live until 2117, but this map shows a very fearful prospect because it turns all red. Now I'm going to introduce the cases of Gangwon province. So I think a lot of people would be wondering, what is G-Care? Does G stand for Gyeonggi province? No, G stands for Gangwon province. So I'm going to introduce a case of Gangwon-do specific integrated care, and it is summarized as G-Care. So this is the social economy integrated care system based on neighborhood care. As I have mentioned at the beginning, this is a pilot project. So I don't think it's a system yet or a model as of this stage. So we are trying to create a model, and it will take time. And I think creating a model will be a mid to long-term vision for us. And in the pink box in the middle, I have laid out the features of G-Care. So it is a resident-based community care service. So we have started the G-Care, and there are many reasons. First, as the Mapo District's center head has mentioned in the previous presentation, this is one of the pilot projects that is aimed at integrated community care. And the 3-year project has begun after the Ministry of Health and Welfare announced the general plan for integrated local community care. Actually, Gangwon Province hasn't applied for the pilot project, but if we look at the basic plan contents, it says that the medical service and the care has to be integrated. And there will be a lot of linkages between different services. So that makes me think about the agricultural area, the rural areas. The Gangwon Province has lots of rural areas and agricultural land. So I was wondering how we can create a linkage between the recipients and the care resources. There are scant infrastructure established in Gangwon Province. The care service is not prevalent, so there is less access to the services, and we don't have enough personnel who can provide these services. So that's the reason why I got to think about the solutions, and that's why we have come up with the idea of G-Care. So the concept is the rural area specific community care. So we thought that we need to come up with a community care that is matched to the needs of the rural area. So we are trying to provide preventive care to the elderlies. I have mentioned that this is a community care. It doesn't mean that we're going to build a care facility inside the village and make those elderly move into that facility. As we age, there will be many difficulties that we experience physically. It will be difficult for many of us to move around, and then we will have to move to a nursing center. But I'm not saying that we shouldn't move to nursing homes and just stay in the village. We're just saying that maybe we could prevent the elderlies from falling into that precarious conditions. We're just trying to lengthen the healthy period. So the community could provide a little bit of care more than before. Then the elderlies could receive these care services from the community. So we usually help each other and know about each other within the community. We are well aware of each other's needs. So we thought about leveraging those kind of networks and care. We could be caregivers and also beneficiaries of care at the same time inside the community. But sustainability is important. If we get too tired, then we won't be able to provide care. And then residents also say that they try to provide services and provide help, but then the elderly sometimes take it for granted, and that makes the care providers angry because they're just providing help. But then if that is taken for granted, then that is not pleasant. So maybe creating an organization that provides the service would be beneficial. So training would be provided in this case, and in that process, residents can participate in these efforts. So that's how we came up with the G-Care service. Last year, there was a community village project that had been promoted together with the Gangwon-do Center. This is a very lengthy name, and I myself had to take a long time to memorize this name. Well, this is the new care provider business model for community enterprises. And Gangwon-do set out the 2020, the second Gangwon-do Social Economy Comprehensive Development Plan, and we have included G-Care in this plan. So the administration and the social economy, public sector were all included in this project. Maybe I'm speaking too fast at this point because of time. Well, the project period was between February and October 2021, and we have selected 3 community enterprises in Gangwon-do to embark on this project. And we have listed up the community enterprises who were interested in community care. So there were 3 community enterprises who have fallen into that category, and among these candidates, we have selected 3, and one is from Wonju, the other from Samcheok, and the other from Chuncheon. So there are 3 community enterprises selected at the end of the day. And they had all 3 distinct types of services. So we have provided consultancy services for 6 times, and we have provided many services so that they can do their projects. And in Samcheok, they wanted to do care farm. This is a very rural and mountainous area. Samcheok is a very distant place, and this area is very mountainous. And there was a farmland, and they wanted to engage in coal cultivation for the farmland, and they also wanted to provide daycare services to the elderly. So the residents received training of social agriculture, and they have also engaged in consultation program, and the daycare programs were linked. In Wonju wanted to provide a daycare program. We have discussed together about how to provide a daycare program, but this was a very challenging task because this was about welfare provision. And they also needed a facility to provide daycare programs, so it was very challenging for them. So the residents said that maybe this is not right for us. Maybe we need to take this as a long-term project over 3 to 5 years. Maybe we could just implement a daycare program rather than building a facility. So that's how we have embarked on this daycare program. This is the program for the elderly that is ongoing until now. And in Chuncheon, I think some people would be aware of this. There is the Chuncheon Starlights cooperative, and this cooperative provides services already for the elderly. And they wanted to provide services that could integrate all the generations through its Generation Empathy project. They have remodeled and renovated a space so that all generations could come together and meet and exchange with each other. So we could see the changes through these projects. And then we have focused on village or community enterprises at first, but then we didn't know where to go from there. We didn't know how to approach this project by just focusing on the community. How can we train the residents on community enterprises? But then in Gangwon-do, there had been community enterprises already, and many residents had been the members of the community enterprises, and they had been organized already. So it was easy maybe to integrate the different communities. And the head of the county was already participating in the community enterprises. So in this pilot project, we have engaged the villagers and residents. And the community enterprises have been engaged in manufacturing or production. So we have set out a goal of creating a corporation because they are already in the manufacturing business. But we haven't achieved that yet, but we have created a roadmap that heads towards being incorporated. I don't know how long it will take, but we are moving towards that direction. We are trying to manage their roadmap for being incorporated. And this year, we have started the pilot project for establishing a leading model for fostering G-Care managers. So after doing the community projects, we realized that there are activists in shortage. So we decided that we need to nurture the G-Care managers who can become the key person for leading those projects. So this is the summary of our business. So the Gangwon-do's region-specific project was won by the Gangwon-do Social Economy Center and with Commune Cooperative. So we are working together. And the Gangwon headquarters of the Korea Labor Force Development Institute for the Aged has visited us, and they suggested to link our project with the elderly employment project. And this is about giving wages to the elderly for their work. And then the health insurance review and assessment service has came to us and said that they can provide the labor cost as well. So that was very thankful. The administration and the social enterprises and public administration could be all linked together. And that was our grand vision. And now with their help, we could test out our ideas. So we had 15 G-Care managers trained, 9 from Wonju and 6 from Chuncheon, and they are now working as G-Care managers. Now this is the picture of a MOU signing between the 3 entities. And under this MOU, we are working on nurturing G-Care managers. The G-Care managers are providing emotional support. So they visit the elderlies in their communities. They work as case managers and visit the elderlies regularly. They talk to them, and they also care for them. And also, they link these beneficiaries with our organization, the With Commune. They report on the care service. Now, they have to work more than 60 hours per month, and our training hours are 50 hours, and that is included in their work hours as well. So when we started this curriculum, I was concerned about whether they could follow our curriculum. But the elderly managers were very active, and they were very attentive in the training classes. They said that they really enjoyed the classes. So we are training them with new materials every time. Now, these are the achievements so far. I don't know it can be called achievements per se, but anyways, we have a total of 15 G-Care managers, and I've written here that there are about 70 to 80 recipients or beneficiaries, but afterwards it has been updated, so they are caring for about 100 beneficiaries. And if they find any new beneficiaries, then they report to us, and we provide consulting and try to find whether services can be provided to the new beneficiary candidates. Or sometimes we cut them out because of many reasons. And then there are female managers, and they cook food and share with the beneficiaries. And sometimes some managers start their own independent projects. They have a lot of talent and they make the best use of them. There are so many stories that I would like to share, but I'm already past my time. So, well, the G-Care Manager program is now expanded to a social service as well. So this project had been embarked and was promoted as a 5-month project, but it will be extended to 10 months next year. So the local extension is one of the key words in our session. And when we're talking about local welfare, we talked about caring for people who face many challenges. So we have to address those inconveniences. And to do so, we try to nurture the local care providers and local managers. I think local welfare has to be increased in order to address the local extinction problem. Local extinction means the extinction of care service. We talked about AI often these days, but care is about human-to-human relations. We need to provide human care to the beneficiaries. If we don't have enough people, then a care service will disappear and our lives will also disappear. I think that in my lifetime, our local area will be present, but there are lots of concerns. Let's say I grow older, and if I cannot move around, who will be caring for me? That scares me a lot. When the population decline, then the real fear is that there will be nobody left who will be caring for me. That's the really scary part. So when we are talking about local extinction, although there are many measures planned by the local authorities, we have to take a different view, actually. We need to take a different principle. We have to think about how to continue our care service to prevent local extinction. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Well, thank you very much for your insights. Thank you, Chanheran, for your insights. You have talked about the extinction of care services and how to address this issue. I think a lot of people have agreed to your thoughts. Thank you very much.
So the last presenter is Sarah Grouse, who's going to make a presentation. And she is from the project coordinator from this social cooperative learning, growing living with women farmers. Let's hear her on screen.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Graus, and I'm here on behalf of the Sozialgenossenschaft mit Bäuerinnen lernen wachsen leben, which translates into learning, growing, and living with female farmers. I would like to thank the Ministry of Employment and Labor of Korea to have invited us to the Social Enterprise Leadership Forum 2022. I'm here to talk about our care concepts, how we use existing structures in agriculture and their advantages. Who are we? Well, the social cooperative was founded in 2006 by our president, Ms. Maria Magdalena Hofgruber-Kurzer. Our organization offers nature education and childcare, addresses the care needs of young and elderly people, and creates employment opportunities for women in rural areas. Our social cooperative has more than 300 members, of which half are working either full or part-time for the cooperative. Where are we? We are in the Alps, in the north of Italy, and we border Austria and Switzerland. Here are just a few images so you know how it looks like. I would like to talk today about what we offer. We offer childcare for children from 3 months to 4 years, but we also offer care for senior citizens over 65, as well as persons with disabilities, mental illnesses, and addiction-related illnesses. We give women farmers a secure job and the possibility to dedicate, to decide how much they want to work. We work together with schools to create the right educational program for people interested in being a caregiver and to offer this service on their farm. Our care concept. I would like to talk to you about the care concept which focuses on the elderly and disabled people. We want to be close to nature. We like to be flexible in terms of time and tailored to the personal needs. We like to offer 24-hour care over several weeks with a maximum of 4 weeks in a row, or also just a few days, 1 day a week, over a set period of time. It all depends on the need of the person. We actively involve people who need support in coping with everyday life. We want them to be part of the traditional everyday life of the family on the farm. We offer a valuable alternative to accommodations in traditional care facilities. We focus on a healthy, age-appropriate cuisine using fresh and regional food. Our vision. We want to give women farmers a secure and stable job, to show the importance of care needs of young and elderly people, especially the importance of including elderly people and people with disability in the daily life of the caregiver's family, agriculture and nature, with the aim to give them meaningful tasks and stimulate their senses and to give them away and to get them away from the daily routine. But why did we use farmsteads to offer this service? Being on a farm means to be close to nature. Most of the time you find a multi-generational household. The people who come there slowly become part of the family, and for people living in the city, it can be seen as a retreat. Senior citizens, people with disability, or people with mental illnesses who are being cared for on the farm are given the opportunity to contribute with their own resources and knowledge. The activities on the farm are perceived as meaningful, resulting in a feeling of one's own usefulness and self-efficiency. The self-confidence encourages people and supports them in their future development. We believe that even especially senior citizens need to feel useful and integrated. They want to share their knowledge and they want to be appreciated. The focus is on the person with his or her abilities, special features and lovable quirkiness. The aim is to promote their independence lovingly and with a close relationship to nature. You can have individual care and in groups. We do have young people with disabilities who are cared for in groups, who became a close team. But we also have people coming cared for individually because they need more attention. They want to feel special. They don't want to share the caregiver, let's say that. How are we funded? How is this service funded? For once, the person seeking the care has to pay an hourly rate, but also the province of Bolzano, South Tyrol, gives a financial contribution. Otherwise, the person would not be able to pay for the service. Also, depending on the financial situation of the person using the service, we talk to the municipality who might also give a financial contribution. For us, it is really important that the people are given a chance to use the service and to look for funding if they don't have the financial means. Now, the outlook, we would like to expand this offer in the whole South Tyrol. We are having a new class starting in November with 19 new women farmers, also a male farmer, who want to offer this service on their farm. We want to create new job models for farms to prevent their extinction. Also, we would like to offer more training to our women farmers who already work for us. And we would also like to expand our care offer, that we can take people for more than 4 weeks, so that they can stay with the caregiver for several months, or even give them a forever home. Because sometimes you have, especially senior citizens who live alone, who don't have any family, and who would appreciate it if they would have a place to stay where they feel welcome and where they have a new family. We believe that creating alternative care structures for the elderly and people with disability should be everyone's priority. I would like to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak today, and I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much. Sarah Grouse, she was the project coordinator of the social co-op learning, growing, living with women farmers. Thank you very much. We have heard from 3 presenters. We have heard about the variety of different ways of coping with local extinction through the cooperative ecosystem. So many people are resonating with the presentations, and I think we'll be receiving many different questions. So while we are rearranging the stage, just a housekeeping announcement, we're going to have a Q&A and discussion. And so I would like to ask all the people in the audience to upload your questions. And also, if you use a QR code on the front cover of your program book, you can upload your questions. You can also give us feedback. We also have a QR code for a feedback survey. So I'd like to invite Professor Hyung-Mi Kim, Associate Professor for the Department of Social Economy at the Sangji University. And we also have the 3 presenters. Yuki Kawai is here physically on stage, but then I think we will be able to share more information. And we have Heran Chan and Sarah Grouse who are joining us through Zoom. So let me now give the mic to Professor Kim.
Good afternoon. I am Hyung-Mi Kim, Associate Professor of Department of Social Economy of Sangji University. So we have listened to the presentations, and we have 2 speakers on the stage, and we have Project Coordinator Sarah Grouse from online. In the second session, we have talked about many cases as well. And I have received the presentation files in advance, and I have looked up some numbers and statistics. And I could see that the session topic is cooperative ecosystem coping with local extinction. And President Cheran Chan has talked about the Gangwon province. And in Gangwon province, there is 1.56 million population, but the senior population accounts for 20.8%, and the number of birth was 7,835 in 2020. However, the number of birth has decreased by a small margin. And then about Kochi Prefecture, where Kawayuki is from, the population is 680,000, and the senior population accounting for 35.2%. And Ms. Kawai said that the senior population accounts for actually 43.12%. So I think that the senior population percentage is very high in that area. But then the number of births in Kochi Prefecture was 4,177 in 2021. This is an increase from the previous year. So that was very interesting. And in Kochi, if we double the number of population of Kochi, it is as much as the Gangwon province's population. But then the number of birth is higher relatively. And Sarah has mentioned about the Bolzano prefecture's cases. It was a very beautiful place, from Salzburg to Venice. If we take a train across the area, we go past the Bolzano region. It's a very beautiful place. The population is 530,000, and the senior population accounts for about 20%. And in 2019, this Bolzano area was the only place in Italy that had more number of births than the number of deaths, according to an article of The Guardian. So there are a lot of practices that are made in these areas. And I think our practices and our efforts have made these outcomes possible. So now I would like to ask some questions and listen to more cases in our discussion. First, I would like to ask the question to board member Yuki Kawai.
아까 발표하신 사례.
So when you were making your presentation, what I was really inspired about was the beer hall, the image. So if you think about the rural areas and farming communities, it was really energetic, and you could see a lot of children, which is unlike other places in the world. So in your region, are there any families who have migrated from other regions? Is that the reason why you have a lot of children? So that's the first question. The second question is connected to the first question. So in Korea, when you have the agriculture co-op, it's really male-centered. And in the Korean agriculture co-op, there is also the women's department, but it's very much geared towards volunteering work. But when I was listening to your presentation, when I was listening to the story about the noodle shop and how you were able to open 2 stores, and the women's department came up with a new menu, and you're running the restaurant, I thought it's a social enterprise within the agricultural co-op. That's the feeling I got. So the women's department in the co-op, and what kind of relationship does it have with the agricultural co-op? So how is it supported by the agricultural co-op? And so I'm going to now go on to Chan. But before I do that, I'd like to ask Kawai for your answer, please. So first of all, about that beer hall. Yeah, thank you very much for your very encouraging words. I was very happy to hear that it was inspiring. So it's just a one-day beer hall. It's fundraising event, but the whole community come together, and it's a place where all the residents can come together, meet one another, and exchange from young children to the elderly. And so it's like a family event. And it looks as if there are many children. Actually, there are some families who have migrated anew to our region, but we have what we call the U-turn. So basically, what this means is that people move out and then they move back into town. So for example, to go to university, they go to the urban areas, they get a job, form a family, but then they come back to their hometown with their families. So we have the so-called U-turn. So it's a remigration. And so that's why we have this project of making a village with a high quality of life. We provide care for children, and so that's what the women's department is trying to do. So people feel that the rural areas is really boring, but we're trying to overturn that, and we are trying to create a region where people really want to live, and that's interesting and fun. Regarding the agricultural co-op, well, I also believe the Japanese agricultural co-op to be very much male-centered. When I became a director, as I had said in my presentation, I was a single woman director. And after 9 years of being the single woman there, the number of women became 2 in the board of directors. So there is an increase in the number of women directors, but a lot of the agricultural co-ops are still very feudalistic in their operation. And so there have been proposals to come up with some kind of a quota of how many percentage of the board directors have to be women, or what % of the members have to be women. So there have been these goals set. And so we're trying to attain that objective of attaining that quota. Anyway, we are trying to induce the active participation. So it's a very male-centric society. It's a male-centric co-op, but the women are trying to voice themselves out, and we're also having to change ourselves. We can't leave the men to make all the decisions. We also have to participate in the discussion. Even if it's a very male-centric society, we as women have to be vocal. And so I think that's an important activity inside of our organization. Thank you very much. So actually, in your answer, you talked about U-turn. And so people who have moved out form families, but then they come back to their hometown. And yeah, it's really hard to believe, but it's quite amazing. So there's one question from online participant. And first of all, there are questions for you, Kawai, from the online participants. First of all, are there any attempts to overcome the local extinction by migration? So have there been any discussions or ideas to induce people to migrate more to your local district? And I think this question would probably go to Sarah also, as well as Kawai. But anyway, there might be migrations from outside of the town into the town. If there are new migrations, then these people might not get along very well with the original residents, and sometimes they leave, and this kind of thing happens in Korea. So have you faced this kind of situation where the new migrants coming into the village had to leave because they couldn't get along with existing residents? And now the question is for Heran Chang.
Well, thank you for your presentation and introducing the cases of Gangwon Province. So the elderly over 60 years old are mostly engaged in public jobs, but those works are not quite visible in the neighborhood, but when they take on the role as a health manager, then they would be very proud of their job and they will take on an important role. So with this, the public organizations, intermediate organizations, and social security organizations could be collaborating together under this model. But this is not quite easy. So what are the biggest challenges that you have encountered in this process? And then I do think that many people think that this is the right direction, but what are the institutional improvement related issues? Well, I don't think this is the concern that is plaguing us only. I think the biggest challenge is actually funding. Now, there are a lot of challenges, of course. One of them is funding, but most of all, the perception from the administrative organizations would be the most difficult part. We go to the public organizations, the public administration offices, and try to build relationship. And we try to ask for help to people who we already know. So we try to meet people and talk about these concepts. At first, people would be reluctant to listen to this idea, but as we meet them many times, then they become more open to our project and our concepts. So when things occur, then they contact our case managers. There would be some vulnerable groups, but these people working at the administrative centers are not these vulnerable groups. So they are not the beneficiaries of the service, but still many people would require care services. So not only the people in the administrative service, the villagers actually need to receive the care service, but they are sometimes in the blind spots. So when we try to help them, sometimes we're out of tools or instruments to help them. So we go to the administrative centers to ask for help, but the people at the administrative centers are not helping us a lot in a lot of cases. We're not just trying to blame them, and we're not trying to ask for exceptions, but we do feel that we need an alternative. And when I think we are trying to link our services to the social service or welfare centers, but then there were some very strict criteria. You have to be over 60 years to be the beneficiary, and there are many, many criterias. So a lot of people are left in the blind spots. So and in these cases, with commune cannot help them either because we are running out of funds. When we were doing this project, we didn't have enough budget. So it's kind of hard to care for all the people in the blind spots. We go to the rural areas and meet people, and most of the people, even the elderly, say that these services should be provided by the government. Well, that's what they think, but the government service is not something that's coming easy for them. The local authorities' services are not easily accessed either. So I think the administrative departments should be taking care of these budgeting issues. And we've been talking about CSR and these aspects. And I think that the public administrations should be more interested in these local community services, those activities that are provided in the local community. If they have more interest, then we could create a cooperative model and we could collaborate further. and there is the Gangwon Social Economy Center. This is an intermediary center, and they play a very big role, and we rely on them a lot. So we rely on that organization very significantly. And we do feel that awareness raising is the most important issue. So awareness raising, that's the biggest priority. So you have mentioned that the public organizations across the nation should be more interested in the local services provided in the local area. Maybe the local authorities could cooperate with the local social and solidarity economy to find those areas that need the services. And as I look into these areas, I can see that there are vulnerable groups. And then even under the social and solidarity economy law, there are specific criteria. And if we don't pass that criteria, then those cases will be left without any help. So if we are to address the local extinction issue, then that means we have to find a creative alternative. So we have to approach from an integrated perspective. If there is a service that's necessary for that region, then we have to come up with an alternative.
So now let's go on to Sarah, who's on Zoom. So there was a question for you. Are you ready to answer the question? So when I was listening to your presentation, I saw that you have childcare services, you have disabled services, and services for the elderly. So you have all sorts of care services, and you do it at the farms. And you have a lot of the workers, and a lot of them are actually women who are able to benefit from the sustainable jobs. So this kind of model, well, you have the Dutch care farms, and in Korea, we also have what we call the social farming model. So it seems quite similar to the concept of care farm. So in Bolzano or in Italy, do you have some kind of a law or regulation regarding care farms? So that's the question that I want to ask. And there was another question. There was, in the first session, there was a talk about how the representative of KDI had talked about Franca. Franca had talked about how the caregivers are insufficient. So do you have a sufficient number of caregivers? Do you have enough people providing the care? Don't you feel the lack of personnel? Or if you do have the lack of personnel, how do you overcome that kind of challenge? So these are some of the questions for you, Sarah.
Well, unfortunately, we do not have enough caregivers. So we are not able to cover all the demand. What we are doing, we do promote our service throughout the region, and we also offer, starting this November, a new class, and we have 19 participants, so potential 19 new caregivers, which can start their job next year, May, if they all complete the course. So once the course is completed, we will do a new evaluation of the situation. But we just started this line of care, and we also talk here about care of the elderly and disabled people just a couple of years ago. So we are still in the growing phase. The same happened with our care service for the children. In the beginning, it started really slow. So the first 2-3 years, we only had a couple of women offering childcare. But now, after what is it now, 15 years, we have 130 working women who offer childcare. And our aim is, well, we are not sure if we can reach the same number of caregivers in the fields of elderly and disabled people, but we want every year to increase them to get more women employees.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the caregivers, do they also migrate from other regions? Do they move to your region from other regions?
Because the caregivers we have, they, when it comes to the care of elderly and disabled people, they live on a farm. So they're all from South Tyrol, from the region of Bolzano. They live on a farm, and where many women living on the farm, they also work on the farm, but they don't have a separate income, or they don't go, or they don't have another job because they are needed on the farm as well. So the women working for us work from home and are already living here since they are a child. So they are not, they didn't migrate.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's a very, it's a place where there's only a little population and you have quite speedy aging. But nonetheless, the fact that you are able to mobilize the people in your region to be able to provide care is very inspiring. And the fact that you are providing education and training so that they become caregivers was also very inspiring as well. So I think you are now stimulating the potential that had been sleeping in your region. So I think it's a very good way of activating that kind of underlying potential. So I'm quite curious to know how you were actually able to accomplish all that. So the more I listen to you, the more questions I get. But anyway, now I'm going to give the microphone to Heran Chan once again.
So there are many online questions, very acute questions maybe. So I'd like to deliver these questions to you. You have mentioned that the G-Care manager provides emotional support and that the satisfaction rate is very high, almost 100%. So do you manage these emotional satisfaction rate as an indicator? No. We are actually working on the project, so we don't have a clear outcome as of yet. And in the process, we have been conducting satisfaction survey to the beneficiaries and the managers. The managers were very much satisfied. We had 15 care managers, and they had a very high satisfaction rate. They were very satisfied because they earned income and they restored their vigor and self-confidence. As for the beneficiaries, they had been living alone without a lot of exchange with other people. And then the case managers have visited them, and they were not completely unfamiliar people. These case managers were residents around the neighborhood. They weren't in active communication with them, but still the case managers have been visiting them regularly. They talked with them. They shared food with them. And also they started a program with them. So they were very much satisfied. They walked around the neighborhood together. So the beneficiaries were quite satisfied. If this program continues next year, they said that they would like to have these case managers come to them and support them as well. So we don't have a figure or an indicator, but we just conducted a satisfaction survey, and about 90% had responded that they were very much satisfied. So we felt that the case managers were doing their jobs quite well, and they were carrying the beneficiaries quite well. So that's about it. That's how we found. And so this would be peer care, I guess. Maybe it could advance into a peer care service. There might be some residents who do not know each other very well, but through the care service, the peer care service, they can build deeper relationships and could make them more confident. All right, then let's go back to Ms. Kawai, Yuki Kawai.
말씀드려보겠습니다.
So I'm going to give you a question from an online participant. So I had actually asked this before. The people here, when they think about the rural communities and the increase in the population, is quite a hot topic. So if people migrate newly into the town, is there any kind of conflict with the original residents? For example, if there are any migrating families who had come into the town, but then they couldn't adjust in the local community and they had to leave. So do you have any this kind of example? So in Koji, I'm not sure if you have actually an increase in population. So if you know of any other local communities where there is an increase in population due to migration, perhaps you could also borrow from their experience as well. So actually, there's a place called Shima Prefecture, which is witnessing a population increase. So they are witnessing an increase in the population, and the young population, the young generation, are actually moving in once again, moving back to the that prefecture. So the Kochi is not that kind of we don't really see that kind of increase in our population. So we are surrounded by the sea, and now our prefecture has become quite digitized, so you can work anywhere. And so there are some people who come to our rural village to actually work remotely. And so we do witness some migrations in forestry, in fisheries, and there are some people who are in the educational industry are also migrating and moving into the village. Well, there have been some people who have moved out, who couldn't adjust, but there are also many people who have been able to adjust and really settle down, and they want to have families and have children in Koji town. So there are some people who have moved into our village outside of the agricultural field. We also have a family all the way from New York who have settled in our town. But and there is a family who is really active in advocacy group in the local council. So anyway, sometimes there are people who have migrated, but they come with new methods and new ideas, like in forestry. So it's good for the village. And some families come and they find new jobs in the village in agriculture. But like I said, there are people who couldn't adjust, who didn't do well in our village and had to leave. But anyway, I think it's important for the neighbors and the residents to make a village and town that is attractive even to the outside people. So we have to be able to love the place we live. And we also have to make it attractive to outsiders. So we want the families who were born in our village to perhaps leave for their university education, but then eventually come back. And so hopefully with this kind of virtuous cycle, the children who had lived and grown up in our village can have it as part of their identity even when they become adults. So in Koji town, the population is not increasing, but we are trying to make it a place where children can also be happy. So our women's department is one department inside the agricultural co-op, but we try to be independent and self-reliant. So we have to learn ourselves, but we also have to be able to teach agriculture and the making of food for the next generation as well. And so that's why it's important for us to gather families who have young children and to foster the next generation for the future. So we have things like kids' school projects and different events for children. And so we are putting in a lot of effort into education for children. So hopefully the agricultural co-op, the women's department, and the local government will be able to collaborate and forge a good relationship to the benefit of our local community. Thank you. Thank you. So rather than there being a conflict between the original residents and migrants, it seems that in Koji town, you have been able to successfully create a local community where children can be happy. And that's why you're able to succeed, because you have that common vision of making a village that provides happiness for its populace and children. So, and I think you showed us the potential for a population increase. And so you also talked about the other Shima prefecture, where there have been many influx of new families, creating new communities. So now the question to you, Sarah, once again. So you are living in an area. Do you also have families moving in, migrating to your town? And is there any conflict between the original residents and the new incoming migrants? Or are there any efforts being made in your community to ensure that people migrating in are able to adjust in the community?
I have to say that this is not really happening here. I would say that we have this U-turn, like we talked about before, where people who grew up here went away to bigger cities. Like I, for instance, I went to London, but then I migrated, like I came back because I wanted to live. I didn't want to live in the big city. I wanted to live in the nature and be back in my small hometown. So I think it's more happening that young people go away, they go to university, and then after a couple of years they come back. Also, I have to say there's not many properties or places where people can rent out. So it's not that many people, foreigners, come to live in our region. So it's not really happening here. But the younger generations do move back to their home villages. That of course, I think that's happening a lot. That they think that the quality of life back where they grew up in a small village is higher than if they stay in the city. And I think there's not an issue to be then accepted in the community.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your response. So when I was listening to your response, I thought, when we talk about the local extinction, perhaps we're just taking it for granted, and we're talking about local extinction too much. Perhaps we need an alternative terminology rather than extinction. Because when we talk about life and death, they're all connected to one another. if there is something that disappears, that becomes extinct, then something new is created also. So I think we need a new perspective. We talk about local extinction, but that also refers to the huge gap between the large metropolitan cities and the rural areas. So I can't really come up with an alternative word right now. But anyway, I think we need to replace the term local extinction. So rather than focusing our perspective on extinction, I think we need to revert our perspective to the fact that something new is also born when something becomes extinct. So that's the thought that came into my mind when I heard the presentations and the response from the presenters today. So I think it's all about a cycle, creating a cycle. And so I think the last question is for Heran Chan.
Now, this is a question from the online audience, and it's a very concrete and detailed question, so maybe we can take this as the last question. There are two. One, in the first session, there was the presentation over the collective production business group from Mapo district. Do you think that this could be applied to Gangwon province? For example, a co-production agency could be created to be applied in Gangwon province, and their healthcare managers are over 60 years. The healthy elderlies who are over 60 years in the community will be working as caregivers. So these active elderlies are actually using a lot of administrative services. The job services or social enterprises led by the private sector could provide these services, but maybe they are becoming the recipient more. Can we find a balance between finding jobs and becoming a recipient? Well, about the first question about Mapo district project. Well, that's kind of the model that we are aiming at. The Mapo's care co-production agency. So maybe this could be led by the residents, and it would be better if it could be a cooperative and a social enterprise. So the care services can be provided through these social economy organizations. But then there's a problem. Last year, we have visited the rural areas with the community enterprises, but then the biggest problem is that there aren't people who would be working on the administrative jobs for these care services. Maybe the sole citizens would not be able to understand this. When you go to the rural community, the elderly, the eldest person in the 70s would be the head, and then the first people in the 60s would be the youngest people who have to do the administrative work. So it's a challenge for them to do the paperwork. So if we do a project, then we have a lot of paperwork to do, and they find it very challenging. So we have to help them on the paperwork as well. So we're talking about caregiver projects in the community, then maybe we could refer to the proximity-based services, just as KDI has done. We are also thinking about that model, providing a local proximity service. We're not trying to make a big organization and dispatch people far away. We could focus on a community, small community units. So people who are over 60s, who are very old, find it very difficult to move around. They also ask us to buy a bus so that they can go to the hospitals and other institutions easily, because mobility is a big challenge. So if we have a hub in the community, then maybe we could house many different cooperatives and many different types of services. The social economy organizations could be present in that hub of home care visits or nursing services or cleaning services. All types of services could be located inside that hub in that village. But the income model would be a challenge, but then if we have a hub, then it could provide different services to the community, and then the community could be more activated and become more vibrant, and they could take care of that community, that district. And then on top of that, there are visits, home care visits, home nursing visits, but these are something that the residents cannot provide easily. So there are blind spots, and the residents can tackle the blind spots, and then it can be connected to other professional services. So I think that we do need a nurse cooperatives and also other medical care cooperatives. If these types of cooperatives could come to the local villages, then they can be connected to the resident-led communities who can take care of the blind spots. So these kind of linkages is something that we are aiming at. And for those who are older than 60 years old, who are very active, they find jobs through the government services. But if they can become a care provider, or if they can become an active agent who provides services instead of just receiving jobs from the government, I think that would be a right solution. Well, thank you very much. I think we are past our schedule, but we are a little bit ahead of the schedule, but I think it's time to conclude our session. So we have introduced and shared among us about the rural area cases. I think that the care, nature, and other services could be connected, and I think that we can cooperate with each other, collaborate with each other, and also divide our works among each other. Then I think that we can create an ecosystem. I think that the social enterprises could create this collaborative ecosystem and make a more resilient community. Today we had speakers from Italy, and also we have Ms. Kawai from Japan and Ms. Chan from Wonju as well. And thank you for your participation. And also I'd like to thank the online audience who have sent many, many questions to us. And I would like to also thank the offline audience as well. With that, I would like to close the second session. Thank you very much.
감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Thank you very much for leading the panel discussion, and I would like to also thank all the speakers for their insightful presentations. So we have had a whole day talking about finding answers in sustainable jobs and living through social enterprises. We have talked about different institutions and about practices on the ground, also about ways to forge solidarity between the social enterprises and the social economy actors. So I would like to thank everyone for being here and for contributing to the successful hosting of today's forum. So with that, I would like to now say that the 2022 Social Enterprise Leaders Forum has now ended. We'll see you again next year. Thank you very much.